Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining us from across Europe and beyond. On behalf of ICCROM and its First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis program delivery mechanism, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this online interagency coordination meeting for Ready Track 1, Safeguarding Heritage Collections, Living Traditions and Practices in the Face of Disasters, Extreme Weather Events, and Complex Emergencies. I'm Aparna Tandon, and I work as Senior Program Leader for ICCROM's FAR program, as well as lead the design, planning, and implementation of the READY project. Over the next 3 days, we will reflect on the results, success stories, and lessons learned emerging from Ready Track 1 training and the follow on field projects implemented by our participants, while also strengthening dialogue and coordination between heritage professionals, emergency responders, civil protection, policymakers, communities, and people who are working on disaster resilience and climate action. It is particularly fitting that we gather today as the world is celebrating International Museums Day, reminding us of the vital role that museums, archives, libraries, and cultural centers play in safeguarding heritage and supporting communities in the times of change and crisis. This also offers us with an important opportunity to reflect on how the Ready Track 1 cohort has contributed to improving risk management for heritage collections and living traditions across museums, archives, libraries, and cultural centers in some of the countries that are participating in Creative Europe program. At a time when climate risks, disasters, and armed conflict are increasingly interconnected, READY was conceived as more than a training program. It is a long-term cascading capacity development initiative focused on cross-sector collaboration, practical learning, and early action for safeguarding heritage and communities. I would sincerely thank like to thank the European Commission's Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture for supporting this initiative through the Creative Europe program, as well as all our technical partners and participants for their ongoing commitment and collaboration. With these words of introduction, I would like to now hand over to my colleague Juhi Ambani, who's the project officer for READY, to walk us through some house rules as this meeting is online and all of us are joining online as well. So over to Juhi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Aparna. So before we begin, just a few practical points for the smooth running of this online session. This session is being held on Zoom. We kindly ask all the participants to keep their microphones muted when they are not speaking to ensure a good sound quality for everybody. Speakers are requested to turn on their cameras when presenting or responding to questions. Participants are welcome to keep their cameras on where possible, but this is not required. Please use the chat for short comments, technical issues, or questions. For questions to the speaker, we invite you to use the Q&A function or write your questions clearly in the chat, indicating the speaker to whom it is addressed. During the Q&A moments, we will take as many questions as time allows. So if you would like to speak directly, please use the raise hand function and wait to be invited by the moderator. We also kindly ask all speakers to respect the allocated time. This will help us ensure that all presentations, questions, and roundtable discussions can take place as planned. This session includes interpretation. To access interpretation, please click on the interpretation icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen and select your preferred language channel. For this session, we have available English and Spanish. Please make sure you're listening to the correct language channel throughout the session. For speakers, please speak clearly and at a moderate pace to support interpretation and accessibility for all participants. Please avoid speaking over others and allow a short pause before responding during discussions. This session may be recorded for internal documentation and reporting purposes. By remaining in the meeting, participants acknowledge this. We kindly ask that screenshots or recordings are not taken or shared externally without the consent of the speakers and the organizers. Thank you all for your cooperation. We will now begin session 1. Back to you, Aparna.
Thank you, Jui. Thank you for walking us through those house rules. I hope everyone was able to capture that information and will remember it during the course of this interagency coordination meeting. With this, it's my great pleasure to invite Mr. José Luiz Pederzoli, Jr., Unit Manager of Strategic Planning and Programs at ICCROM, as well as ad interim Unit Manager for the Programs Unit, to deliver a formal note of welcome.
Thank you, Aparna. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and a very warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of ICCROM and our Director General, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Ready Track 1 Results and Interagency Coordination Meeting. I'd like to warmly welcome the representatives of the European Commission, our Ready technical partners, colleagues from national institutions, civil protection authorities, emergency response agencies, cultural organizations, research institutions, and communities working across Europe and beyond to strengthen the safeguarding of cultural heritage in the face of disasters, extreme weather events, and complex emergencies. Most importantly, I'd like to welcome and congratulate the Ready Track 1 cohort, Europe's first network of trained risk managers and cultural first aiders, whose commitment, professionalism, and willingness to translate learning into practice have brought us to this important milestone. Today marks the conclusion of the first year of Ready Track 1, following 12 months of blended learning, in-person training, mentoring, field-based implementation, and interagency collaboration. More importantly, it marks an opportunity to reflect on what has emerged from this journey, what has been tested, what has been adapted, what works in practice, what remains challenging, and how this experience can strengthen the future of heritage safeguarding across Europe and beyond. We live in an era of polycrisis, where disasters, extreme weather events, conflict, and other disruptions increasingly overlap, compounding and amplifying their impact across systems and societies. As these risks become more frequent, intense, and interconnected, cultural heritage, including our collections, living traditions, cultural practices, and associated knowledge systems, face growing and increasingly complex threats. In this context, safeguarding heritage can no longer remain the responsibility of the heritage sector alone. The scale and complexity of today's risks demand stronger coordination across sectors, disciplines, and institutions. Heritage professionals, civil protection actors, emergency responders, researchers, policymakers, and communities must work collectively to strengthen preparedness, reduce risks, and improve the capacity to act before, during, and after crisis. This understanding sits at the very heart of Ready, resilience for heritage in the face of disasters, climate risks, and complex emergencies. Ready is a 41-month project implemented by ICCROM in partnership with the European Commission's Director General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, and funded by the European Union through the Creative Europe program. The project responds to a growing and urgent need to strengthen capacities for safeguarding cultural heritage from disasters, extreme weather events, climate risks, and complex emergencies in Europe and beyond. At its core, Ready recognized that preparedness cannot begin when a crisis unfolds. Resilience must be built in advance through stronger institutions, enhanced capacities, tested systems, trusted partnerships, and coordination action. This is why Ready was conceived not simply as a training initiative, but as a platform for strengthening capacities, fostering cross-sector coordination, and translating learning into action. Over the past 12 months, Ready Track 1 has brought together professionals from museums, archives, libraries, communities, civil protection, emergency response, heritage conservation, and humanitarian action to strengthen and apply existing tools, knowledge, and good practices within a coherent framework. Through mentored field-based projects, participants have translated learning into context-specific action, conducting multi-hazard risk assessments, enhancing risk reduction and emergency preparedness, as well as strengthening local capacities and supporting the integration of heritage within planning and policy. The purpose of today's meeting that we are opening now is therefore not simply to celebrate these achievements. It is to learn. What insights have emerged? What barriers remain? What capacities still need strengthening? How can we move from siloed approaches towards stronger coordination? And how can the experiences of Ready Track 1 help inform future practice, policy integration, and cross-sector collaboration? These questions matter because Ready is not only responding to today's challenges, it is helping anticipate tomorrow's. Aligned with ICCROM's new strategic framework, Ready positions heritage as a vital resource for more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable societies through its conservation, activation, and recognition. Ready contributes directly to conserve heritage by strengthening capacities for risk assessment, preparedness, emergency response, and anticipatory action in the face of increasingly diverse and interconnected hazards. It contributes to its activation by recognizing that safeguarding heritage also strengthens communities, continuity, identity, and social cohesion. And it advances recognition by fostering the cross-sector collaboration and policy integration needed to better position heritage within disaster risk reduction, climate adaptation, emergency management, and broader resilience planning. As we conclude this first year of Ready Track 1, we also look ahead to Ready Track 2, which will extend this work to heritage sites, historic site cities, archaeological heritage, and living traditions. At the same time, through renewed support from the European Union, Ready is expanding assistance to Ukraine through Track 3A, strengthening risk-informed recovery and preparedness for heritage affected by war. At this important moment, I would like to express ICCROM's sincere gratitude to the European Union, the Creative Europe Programme, and the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture for their trust, partnership, and sustained support in making Ready possible. I would also like to warmly thank our already technical partners, as well as the Ministry of Culture of Latvia and the Society of Restorers of Latvia for hosting the in-person phase in Riga and helping create an invaluable space for practical learning, exchange, and trust building. Finally, to the Ready Track 1 cohort, a big thank you. Your work has helped demonstrate what it means to move from capacity development to on-the-ground action. We very much look forward to hearing your results, success stories, and lessons learned over the coming days, and to reflecting together on how this experience can strengthen heritage safeguarding, preparedness, and interagency cooperation across Europe and beyond. As today we celebrate International Museum Day under the theme Museums Uniting a Divided World, we are reminded that cultural heritage is not only something to protect, but also a powerful force for connection, bringing people together, fostering mutual understanding, and helping communities build resilience, recover, and rebuild in the face of disasters, climate risks, and complex emergencies. I thank you very much and wish you all a productive and meaningful meeting today and the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, José Luis, for those warm words of welcome and encouragement. And also shout out to the International Museum Day and how Ready is so aligned with the theme of this International Museum Day. With this, I'm now pleased to invite Ms. Angela Atzori, Team Leader for Cultural Heritage at the European Commission's Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, commonly referred to as DGAC, to provide the inaugural note. Angela Atzori contributes to European Commission's work on cultural heritage policy and cooperation, and in recent public engagements, she has represented DGAC in European level discussions on cultural heritage, including the European Heritage Hub and the European Heritage Alliance, where she has emphasized the relevance of heritage to key European Union priorities such as youth, social cohesion, competitiveness, resilience, and international relations. She has also contributed to the recent discussions on cultural heritage, social inclusion, sustainable development, and European Union enlargement, including the third European Heritage Hub Forum in Budva, where she reaffirmed the role of culture and heritage as a foundation for a cohesive European project. Her presence today here is especially significant for Ready. The project is implemented by ICCROM in partnership with DGAC and funded by the European Union through its Creative Europe program. Her reflections will help place Ready within the European Commission's wider commitment to strengthening cultural heritage protection, cooperation, and preparedness across Europe. Dear Angela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Aparna, for this wonderful introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. But first of all, happy International Museums Day. It is a pleasure for me to be with you today and open with ICCROM colleagues this interagency coordination meeting that I hope will bring fruitful discussions and co-creation across participants of the Track 1 and Track 2 pathways of the READY project. READY is an ICCROM project funded by the European Union under its Creative Europe program. It started at the end of 2024 and has a duration of 3.5 years. Very recently, it was extended to include an ad hoc strand on cultural heritage crisis preparedness and response for Ukraine in light of the ever-evolving challenges inflicted to the country by the ongoing war. For the EU, READY is a very important project because it allows piloting and testing training modalities in disaster risk preparedness and management for cultural heritage professionals. As you may be aware, disaster risk preparedness and management is a key priority for the EU when it comes to cultural heritage. It has been so for quite a while now, especially in light of ever-increasing environmental and geopolitical challenges facing cultural heritage, and as early as the 2019 European Framework for Action on Cultural Heritage that prioritized the protection of cultural heritage against natural disasters and climate change. The 2021 Council conclusions on an approach to cultural heritage in conflict and crisis further reiterated the importance of ensuring protection of cultural heritage before, during, and after conflicts and crises. The 2022 Council resolution on the EU Work Plan for Culture 2023-2026 again addressed risk preparedness in cultural heritage and the strengthening of cultural heritage resilience to climate change. In light of current geopolitical instability, including the conflict in Ukraine and the impact it has had and continues having on cultural heritage, disaster and crisis risk preparedness have become even more at the forefront of European policy priorities. The 2025 EU Preparedness Union strategy that was adopted in March last year identifies cultural heritage as one of the 19 vital societal functions to be protected in case of a crisis And the actions foreseen under its roadmap will continue tackling this important dimension of crisis preparedness. In November last year, the Commission adopted the communication A Culture Compass for Europe. The Culture Compass is a key milestone for culture work by the EU and the Commission because it sets the key directions for the culture sector for now and in the future. Under its third direction, Culture for Competitiveness, Cohesion and Resilience, the Compass stresses urgency to create and implement crisis preparedness and risk management plans, cooperation mechanisms and procedures in the field of culture and heritage. Indeed, this is increasingly an important priority as confirmed by the number of natural and man-made crises and disasters. See, for instance, climate change induced events such as wildfires, earthquakes, and floods across Europe. And see also the situation in Ukraine, from which we are learning, unfortunately, quite much. The Compass emphasizes the work done and ongoing, including through the EU Work Plan for Culture 23-26, the EU Preparedness Union Strategy, as well as the EU Civil Protection Mechanism and initiatives such as ProCulture and the ICCROM-led READY project. Forward-looking, the Compass highlights the urgent need to create and implement crisis preparedness and risk management plans, cooperation mechanisms, and procedures in the field of culture and heritage. The Compass confirms engagement for the Commission to continue collaborating with Member States and international partners to ensure the preservation and continued access to valuable digital heritage and cultural heritage in the face of risks and improving the preservation of cultural heritage outside national borders, of increasing importance in the face of increased natural, cyber, and other threats. This is why the work foreseen under the READY project is so important for us. This is why your learning and your discussions today are as well so important and crucial. Through your exchanges, you contribute building knowledge and know-how on cultural heritage preparedness. And you become yourselves experts and testimonials of this for the benefit of European cultural heritage today and tomorrow. I wish you, therefore, a very fruitful meeting and very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you for very enlightening introductory inaugural talk and letting us know how READY aligns with the European agenda. With this, I would now like to take some time to further introduce what is READY. And I would like to share my screen. Just a minute. So, as you have been listening to José Luis and also to Angela, floods, fire, storms, and conflicts are becoming more frequent and interconnected. They are often overlapping. We are living also in an era where we have systemic risk and where climate change and geopolitical instability are increasingly affecting both people and heritage. But heritage is not only at risk, it is also part of a solution, as has also been highlighted by previous speakers. It carries knowledge, practices, and ways of living that can help communities to adapt, recover, and build resilience. So READY is our collective response to this challenge. And its full name, the full name of the project is Safeguarding Cultural Heritage from Disasters, Extreme Weather Events, and Complex Emergencies. Events such as the Hawaii wildfires remind us how quickly climate risks are escalating, and rightly, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has pointed out that we are entering an era of global boiling. For heritage, this means historic cities such as Athens are increasingly exposed to heat waves, fire, and environmental stress. This also means that heritage professionals must move beyond conservation alone and think more about anticipation, preparedness, adaptation, and resilience. At the same time, as we have been witnessing, heritage is increasingly vulnerable during armed conflict, where destruction is intentional or indiscriminate. Attacks on heritage also affect identity, belonging, and social cohesion. The World Bank has estimated that more than half of the people affected by natural hazards live in fragile or conflict affected contexts. This is alarming. And this overlap between disasters, climate risks, and conflict is exactly why READY was conceived, as also it was highlighted by José Luiz. The project was developed by ICCROM's First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis Program Development Mechanism called FAR, and aligned with ICCROM's strategic framework. It was conceived in partnership with the European Commission's Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, with the support from the Creative Europe program and the European Union. But as I have said earlier, it's just not simply a training. It is a long-term commitment as well as investment in coordination, in preparedness, and resilience for heritage and communities. The ambition for READY is both practical and strategic. We aim to strengthen disaster risk management capacities for heritage, improve coordination between sectors, integrate heritage into climate adaptation and emergency planning, as well as security planning, and develop people-centered approaches that places communities at the heart of resilience building for heritage. Another major objective is documenting and mobilizing traditional knowledge systems as well as lived experiences, because many communities already carry generations of adaptive knowledge that can help us respond to climate uncertainty and climate emergency today. READY has, as already I think also Angela has highlighted, it has three main tracks. The first track was was held between 2024 and 2025, where we have trained 24 cultural first aiders and risk managers for movable and intangible heritage. The track 2 applications were the selection has just been carried out and will be conducted this year, which will focus on immovable and intangible heritage. And finally, the track 3 will focus on next year on training of trainers. And in association with this track 3, there is an added component on enhancing early recovery and resilience building for cultural heritage in Ukraine. And again, this will be a hands-on component and will also focus on preparing trainers for aiding recovery and resilience building in Ukraine. One of the most important project outcomes of READY, we hope is to achieve is the creation of a stronger ecosystem of cooperation. This means bringing together cultural bearers, community leaders, museums, archives, civil protection agencies, firefighters, emergency responders, and policymakers around a shared agenda of preparedness and resilience. Because in real emergencies, no single institution can work alone. And we realize that very much. And that's why it has been considered in the design of READY. Just to give you an idea of the interest, the response that we got for READY Track 1 and confirming how urgent this agenda has become, we received 156 applications from across Europe and neighboring regions, also from Africa and other countries, African region, Asian region, representing museums, archives, libraries, conservation centers, intangible heritage institutions, and emergency management agencies. What we particularly were encouraging was, or what we found encouraging was the diversity of expertise itself represented in these applications, showing that professionals are increasingly understanding that safeguarding heritage today requires cross-sector collaboration. From this highly competitive process, 24 participants from 19 Creative Europe countries were selected. The cohort reflects exactly the kind of interdisciplinary collaboration that Ready hopes to strengthen, bringing together professionals working with collections, living heritage, conservation, risk management, and emergency response. Different languages, different institutions, different experiences, but a shared commitment to protecting heritage and communities in times of crisis. This diversity is also reflected in our technical partners, and Ready would not have been possible without their collaboration. 18 technical partners joined forces, bringing together expertise from across Europe and beyond in heritage conservation, climate adaptation, emergency management, civil protection, peace building, and community engagement. I would especially like to acknowledge the generosity and commitment of these partners because this program was truly co-created. The track one was designed in a curriculum design meeting in Riga, Latvia, using methods tested through ICCROM's field experience over the past 2 decades in disaster and conflict contexts. Our approach combined online learning, practical exercises, simulation, and yes, simulations, peer exchange, and field-based action. Importantly, it also integrates the latest thinking on heritage-based climate action and peace building, recognizing that heritage protection is deeply connected to social resilience and sustainable development. You can see some of the main training topics for the participants. We explored in the design itself a wide range of themes from assessing significance and recording oral histories to climate change, climate and conflict risk assessment, emergency preparedness, salvage operations, post-crisis recovery. A strong emphasis was also placed on understanding how heritage itself can contribute to resilience building, social cohesion, and recovery processes after crises. One of the Ready's central messages is that risks to heritage cannot be assessed in isolation. Heritage exists within interconnected land, water, and ecological and social systems. When disasters or armed conflict occur, they affect much more than buildings or collections. They disrupt movement patterns, resource systems, cultural practices, and relationships through which heritage is maintained and transmitted. This is why Ready promotes an integrated and place-based approach to risk assessment and resilience planning. Since 2022, ICCROM and its partners have been supporting multi-partner capacity development in Ukraine, focused on cultural heritage first aid, damage and risk assessment, and recovery planning. This work has shown how important it is to combine technical methods and local knowledge, coordination mechanisms, and rapid response systems in highly complex environments. And we are bringing this knowledge and this experience into Ready. And from Ukraine, we have senior professionals joining in teaching and designing Ready track 1, track 2, and track 3, and now hopefully also track 3A. So we are using that experience all the way in the planning and design and implementation of Ready. We have also been using field-tested guidance from ICCROM and tools and methods which are well established. And this has helped in ensuring that our participants can transfer the knowledge, what they have learned in the classroom, to the field and actually conduct risk assessments or mitigate future risks. The Ready Track 1 journey began with 4 weeks of foundational online learning between June and July 2025. This phase introduced participants to concepts, methods, and case studies, while also building a shared vocabulary across disciplines and countries before the in-person training in Latvia. And this component mainly focused on comprehensive risk assessment. Another important component of Ready focused on recording oral histories with Upite community in Latvia, and they served as a vibrant case study. And this was a reminder that safeguarding heritage is not only about preserving objects, but also about preserving memory, identity, and intergenerational knowledge. Participants in Latvia, when they got there, also tested ICCROM FAR's participatory insight methodology, which is a vulnerability and capacity assessment. This approach allows communities and institutions to jointly analyze social vulnerabilities, institutional vulnerabilities, capacities, and risks through dialogue and collaborative mapping. It is a practical way of building both preparedness and local ownership at the same time. So there were also salvage and stabilization exercises. You can see in this photograph where participants were walked through protocols for handling, packing, and stabilizing different types of damaged objects or different types of, and at the same time, they were also given exercises on evacuating objects under stressful conditions, under emergency conditions. One of the most important aspects was the tabletop simulation exercises involving the Ministry of Culture, the Army, Fire and Rescue Services, and local authorities. The exercise helped to test national coordination mechanisms for evacuating heritage collections and cultural bearers ahead of an armed conflict scenario in Latvia. And this kind of exercise really helped our participants to understand how they can replicate such exercises in their own context and also improve their national preparedness. There was a final simulation exercise. So the whole course came together in one final exercise. And this simulation exercise was supported through a 3D visualization of the disaster scenario at the Ethnographic Open Air Museum of Latvia. And these tools, again, helped our participants to better understand cascading risks, access constraints, and operational decision-making in real time. So as I said, this program of learning culminated in a large-scale field simulation carried out in collaboration with the National Guard and the State Fire and Rescue Services, where participants had to apply a post-emergency risk assessment, understand and estimate what is the damage to the heritage, coordinate with different emergency actors, salvage damaged heritage, document risks to intangible heritage, communicate very quickly to decision makers the needs of heritage. And I think this exercise demonstrated something very important. Cultural heritage can and should be integrated into broader emergency management program. So this was track 1 ready. With our next step, this was only a beginning. In the coming years, in fact, the next 2 years, This initiative will continue with track 2, the Ukraine-focused component, the development of readiness indicators, and future training of trainers program. Our goal is to help build a stronger European and international community of practice capable not only of safeguarding heritage, but also of contributing to climate resilience, disaster preparedness, and peace building. And perhaps most importantly, Ready reminds us that heritage is not only something we protect after crises, it is something that can actively help societies prepare for, adapt to, and recover from them. So with this, I would like to call a close to this inaugural session. I thank once again Angela Atzori and José Luis Pederzoli, who joined us for this session. We will take a short break now before we begin our next technical session, and I'll stop sharing the screen. So sorry. Okay. So we'll take a short break now. Welcome back. We had to abbreviate this break because I have something very exciting for you. Before we start the introduction, the first technical session, and I introduce it and also introduce our theme setting speaker, we would like to show a small video highlighting what the participants of track 1 did in their training. And over to my colleague Mohana, who's also project officer for Ready, to share her screen. Over to you, Mohana.
I think the initiative of the Ready initiative with ICCROM, it's a very important experience and initiative because I think all of us, different institutions, we are engaged in this initiative. We do things, we do implement things in our countries, but we don't share knowledge with each other. So this kind of initiative allows us to share information, to share practices.
I think it is absolutely key that we are doing training and upskilling courses for heritage practitioners so that they know what are the fears coming from climate change, but also to develop the right adaptation and mitigation measures to save our cultural heritage for future generations.
I think the work that's being done here as part of the Ready course is really important. We're at a moment in time where we are facing a set of really complex and interconnected threats to human security.
observer, and survey, study, action. Planning for the museum or
are the most complex. Which is here on the outskirts of this. So these buildings, effort is required.
those priorities are located.
Yes. Okay, so I have to take. Yes. This.
During the program, I realized that my understanding of preparedness started at the rare end of the matter and that needed to change. Analyzing and understanding my actual risks and the resulting vulnerabilities eased my mental load and freed my mind to take on the route of disaster preparedness.
Through the READY project, I gained a much deeper understanding of how cultural heritage protection can be integrated into a civil protection system. As a representative of State Fire and Rescue Service, my work usually focuses on emergency response. But READY helped me realize that protecting heritage also requires preparedness, planning, and cooperation long before crisis occurs.
My work at the museum focuses on collections protection, and participating to this program has been a very valuable and supportive experience for me. One of the most important things I learned during the READY program was a different way of thinking about disasters. Before the training, I mostly thought about risks like earthquakes or fires as natural events, but READY helped me understand that disasters actually happen when hazards meet vulnerabilities and when institutions are not prepared.
The most important thing that I have learned during the training is that preparation begins in peacetime. This has influenced all my work since then greatly. I continue to be so grateful for all the hands-on practical tools and training materials and on-site expertise that we were able to receive during the course and the support onwards. Having been able to access so much field-tested knowledge has truly made a difference for me.
Through the READY training, I learned how to approach heritage risk management in a much more systematic way. One of the most valuable lessons for me was how structured tools can help identify vulnerabilities and prioritize preventive actions.
So with that video, which I'm sure many of our participants who are sitting here have put a smile on their face, remembering that intense training, those sleepless nights and days full of activity. And it has certainly brought back those memories for me. So with this video, I would like to welcome everyone to session 1, our technical session on enhancing capacities for comprehensive risk assessment for heritage collections, living traditions and practices in the face of disasters, conflicts, and extreme weather events. As we have been emphasizing from the very beginning of this meeting, risks are becoming increasingly interconnected, they are overlapping, and there is a growing need to move from a single hazard, single solution approach towards more integrated and people-centered ways of understanding risk. Through READY Track 1, participants explored how multi-hazard and system-based approaches can strengthen and inform risk mitigation, risk reduction, preparedness, and emergency planning, as well as coordination and resilience for heritage and community. Our participants were encouraged to look beyond a single hazard or a single object of protection and to examine the wider conditions that shape risk today in their contexts, exposure, how their institutions and heritage are exposed to different types of risks, vulnerability, is it coming from the institution or is it wider societal vulnerability, capacity, what capacities institutions have and to what level of emergency they can respond and beyond which levels they will need wider state support, governance, institutional readiness, community knowledge, and available resources. The aim was practical risk assessment should help institutions and communities make better and informed decisions, and it should help identify what is most at risk, why is it at risk, and who needs to be involved, and what capacities already exist within the local communities, within the institutions, and which preparedness or mitigation measures should be prioritized and will require wider support from the government. In this session, we will first hear from 5 members of the Ready Track 1 cohort who applied this methodology in different contexts, different institutional contexts and different cultural contexts: Estonia, Spain, Croatia, and Portugal. Their experiences will show how moving from a single hazard to a multi-hazard approach can build a fuller understanding of the risks affecting heritage and the communities connected to it. Their presentations will be followed by a roundtable moderated by these participants themselves. This discussion will bring together multidisciplinary stakeholders from all the countries that I have mentioned to reflect on how collaboration and relevant agencies helped bridge data gaps, include community perspectives, and strengthen a more bottom-up understanding of risk. By the end of this session, we hope to draw our practical lessons on how comprehensive risk assessment can support more informed prioritization and risk mitigation. It will and also give us an evidence on how it helps to save taxpayers' money, and more effective preparedness and mitigation measures can be put in place, and a more sustainable use of institutional resources can be made. But before we begin the technical presentations, it's my pleasure and my honor to invite Ms. Snezhka Kwadvilej Mihailovich. Sorry for that, Snezhka.
No
Secretary
problem.
General.
Everyone knows me just as Snezhka, so.
Secretary General of Europa Nostra, to deliver the theme-setting presentation. Snezhka has dedicated more than 3 decades to advancing Europe's shared cultural heritage and has worked closely with European institutions, UNESCO and Council of Europe, and many heritage institutions across Europe and beyond. She's widely recognized for promoting heritage-led approaches to resilience, climate action, and social cohesion. Today, she will help frame our discussions by reflecting on the growing need for capacity development and stronger cooperation in managing risks to heritage in this era of polycrisis, where climate change, disasters, conflicts, and social pressures are increasingly interconnected. And Snezhka's work, her impressive body of work, and her continuous advocacy will help shed some light for our audience who are joining us today from Europe, from across Europe and beyond. So over to you, Snezhka. The floor is yours. Yes.
Let me just, let me view profile. I'm just trying not to see myself, but to see you all when I speak. Where is now the, yes, like that. Yeah, I prefer like that. So thank you so much, Aparna, for this introduction and in particularly for the invitation to Europa Nostra to join this extraordinary conference and to share with you, to contribute to this important exchange of knowledge, and also, I would say, mobilization across borders in support of our cultural heritage that is threatened by so many threats and risks and challenges. But first of all, dear Aparna, I want to pay tribute to you because you are the true leader and the true soul of this extraordinary initiative. I'm really impressed. I have listened to your presentation. I've seen now this little movie. It is such a fundamentally important and such a meaningful and impactful program. And we all know that, to have such a success, you need a leader. And that, Aparna, we I think on behalf of all the participants of this conference, I'm just paying tribute to you. Of course, it's never one person only. It is your formidable team in ICCROM and all the partners that we have seen that they are participating. So as on behalf of Europa Nostra, but not just Europa Nostra, also the European Heritage Alliance that we are coordinating, and also the European Heritage Hub, that is a new project that we are also leading. We want to sort of explore with all of you the ways how we can help further disseminate and upscale the importance of DEXSS. I feel very humble, in fact, to speak to you, because I have not participated directly in any of your sort of in person in any of your meetings, but my colleague who is also attending this meeting, Vanessa Praga, represented Europa Nostra in Latvia at your in Riga at your meeting. So, but our presence, I think, and my also participation in this conference is just a confirmation that we want to do more in the future to join our voices and our forces. And between ICCROM and Europa Nostra and the European Heritage Hub, and with all of you who are participants of this conference. And indeed, I think ICCROM as a whole, we want to applaud the ICCROM's remarkable leadership and vision for so many years. And also, you started first also with the First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis program, and now through READY, you continue to demonstrate that leadership, what is that? Yeah, better. How heritage protection can evolve to respond to these increasing complex realities of our time. And we are, because we have been working with the European Union for so many years, and we are really delighted to see ICCROM and European Union also joining forces, because that's all about promoting the power of multilateralism, because you stand for multilateralism at the global level, and then we are delighted that the European Union is increasingly supporting your work, and we have been sort of stimulating them as well to do so. So as I would say that, as I said, today is the moment to praise the leadership, but it's also to celebrate. It's to celebrate the conclusions of the Ready Track 1. And I mean, I congratulated you, but now I also want to congratulate all participants, trainers, mentors, and partners involved in this ambitious effort. We have heard that in this first track, professionals from as many as 19 countries participating in the Creative Europe program out of a community of 32 participating countries have come together to learn, collaborate, and innovate. We can't have enough of this. And this is already a significant achievement. But even more importantly, all these participants have become something much greater than trainees. They have become multipliers, connectors, ambassadors for a new culture of preparedness and resilience. Again, we need it now more than ever. And through their field projects, local trainings, and cross-sectoral collaborations, all of you have translated learning into practice and demonstrated how knowledge can create impact on the ground. And also, as I would like to congratulate ICCROM, Aparna, you and all the partners on the launch of Track 2, because we all know it's how important the investment on a long-term investment is not just the short-term things. It is something that requires a prolonged and continuous engagement. And so why? Because this is so much more than a training program. It is building a growing community of practice. You mentioned that, Aparna, across Europe and beyond. A community capable of strengthening capacity, sharing methodologies. We have just heard in the video, somebody said, we know a lot, but we are not sharing enough. So you are stimulating people to share the methodologies and helping ensure that heritage becomes fully integrated in broader resilience frameworks. And at Europa Nostra, we are particularly pleased to engage and support initiatives such as READY, because we share, I think, a fundamental conviction that cultural heritage is not only a legacy from the past, it is a strategic resource for Europe's future. And also the culture compass for Europe that was recently adopted by the European Commission is telling that. We are talking about the resource for the future. We are not just looking to the past. And that is the fundamental message that we are jointly passing. Today, however, that future is unfolding under unprecedented pressure. We live in a period increasingly described as, you also said it, polycrisis, where climate change, environmental degradation, conflicts, armed conflicts, economic uncertainty, lack of the rule of law, threats to democracy, social instability, all that is interacting and reinforcing the crisis. They are all reinforcing each other. And so all these risks no longer appear separately. They're cascading. And floods affect economies, climate events intensify social vulnerabilities, conflicts create humanitarian and cultural crises simultaneously. And cultural heritage increasingly stands at the intersection of these multiple pressures. Cultural heritage, tangible and intangible, as you have demonstrated also during the program. Across Europe and beyond, we see fires, floods, extreme weather events, and conflicts placing immense strain on heritage collections, archives, museums, cultural landscape, and living traditions. I think the images you have just seen, I think, are speaking better than so many words that you have seen, and it's really alarming, and at some point it might also be losing hope that we can do something. But this is why this program is so important, because it's just giving the strength to people to see, yes, together we can resist and we can show resilience towards these serious risks. And together with all with ICCROM, in fact, Europa Nostra insists on one crucial point: that heritage is not simply another victim of crisis. It is, in particularly, a source of resilience. And time and again, communities turn to heritage during moments of uncertainty and disruption. Heritage is an anchor. It creates continuity. It strengthens the sense of belonging. It supports social cohesion. It contributes to recovery. So it cannot come at the last thing that comes once we have recovered all the earth. It is so fundamental to be put at the center, at the heart of any recovery programs and plans. So, because it helps societies to rebuild not only structures, but trust and meaning. And how do we measure the value of trust and meaning? And I think that's why we are needed. ICCROM is needed. Europa Nostra is needed. Each of you is needed to share, to tell to decision makers that what is the sort of the value of trust and meaning, and what is the need for investing also economically and financially in boosting and fostering trust and meanings. And this is why safeguarding cultural heritage can no longer remain a sort of a niche concern addressed just by heritage professionals. It must become part of a broader strategies for resilience, climate adaptation, preparedness, and sustainable development. And this is precisely why the work of ICCROM is so important. And many of us remember how the First Aid and Resilience Program emerged from a practical and urgent need. When disasters struck, cultural heritage often fell between sectors. Emergency responders rightly focused on saving lives, while heritage institutions frequently lacked methods, networks, and preparedness mechanisms needed to act rapidly. And ICCROM developed an innovative response through the concept of cultural first aid. I think this is a fantastic concept. Once again, Aparna, I know how much you have put all your knowledge and all your heart and passion in developing that concept, not just development, but spreading it. Inspired by emergency mechanisms, it focused on stabilizing heritage under threat and providing rapid interventions that could support recovery. And that experience taught another lesson. Response alone is not enough. We cannot only react, we must prepare, we must anticipate, we must be ready, as this program said, we must strengthen resilience before crises occur. And this READY program represents this important evolution from emergency response towards integrated risk governance. And this evolution reflects another important shift from fragmented thinking towards systems thinking, from institutions acting separately towards fundamental collaboration, from isolated projects towards broader policy frameworks. And this brings us directly to today's discussion and this whole conference. The projects we will hear about demonstrate the value of comprehensive risk assessment and the transition from single hazard approaches toward multi-hazard and people-centered methodologies. Reality itself does not function in silos, and that's why we also cannot function in silos, and institutions should not function in silos. At Europa Nostra, also at the European Heritage Hub, we strongly support this approach because it also echoes the conclusions of the EU Open Method of Coordination Expert Group on strengthening cultural heritage resilience for climate change. The report delivered a very clear message. Heritage resilience cannot be addressed by the cultural heritage alone. It requires stronger skills, stronger preparedness, stronger partnerships, and stronger integration into climate and disaster policies. And most importantly, it calls for moving from reaction towards anticipation. Across Europe, we increasingly see excellent practices emergence. READY is, of course, one example, and all the body of knowledge and the best practices that you're collecting are priceless. It's precious for all of us. But we also see innovation through Europa Nostra programs. The European Heritage Awards, Europa Nostra Awards, recognize excellence in conservation, education, research, citizens' engagement, and innovation. And these awards create a sort of a pan-European laboratory of tested solutions that demonstrated what works in practice. Likewise, through our 7 Most Endangered program, developed with the support of the European Investment Bank Institute, we identified threatened heritage sites and mobilized multidisciplinary expertise, advocacy, and partnerships around them. And we deeply believe that the sort of the methodology and the expertise of the READY program could also be helpful for our 7 Most Endangered program. And we hope that then together we can work to save the sites that we have identified as being the most endangered in Europe. Both initiatives teach us the same lesson. Practice matters, but practice alone is not enough. To Europa Nostra, we strongly believe in moving from practice to policy, in fact, and from policy to practice. So this is sort of in 2 ways interaction is fundamental. Successful methodologies emerging from READY, lessons from endangered sites, and innovations developed through award-winning projects should not remain isolated examples. They must inform policy frameworks at local, regional, national, European, and global level. Preparedness should become institutional practice. Risk assessment should become part of planning systems. Heritage should become embedded within climate adaptation, civil protection, and recovery strategies. And when we come to climate adaptation, it is essential that ICCROM, Europa Nostra, all of us, we also mobilize in the context on the COP and UNFCCC to champion the importance of culture-based climate action. And heritage professionals should not be invited after crises occur. They should be present at the decision-making table from the beginning. Allow me to conclude with 3 recommendations for memory heritage institutions wishing to become truly ready. First, know your risks before crises know you. Second, build partnerships before emergencies occur. And third, put people at the center, because communities themselves hold knowledge and capacities essential for resilience. Dear Aparna, dear colleagues and friends, the experiences shared through Ready show that the transformation is already underway. Our collective task now is to ensure these practices do not remain exceptional. We must scale them, we must institutionalize them. And together we must transform this practice into policy and count on us, because we are the advocates, you are the practitioners, and we are your advocates, your voice. Count on us to work together to achieve this important goal. Because safeguarding heritage is ultimately not only about protecting our past, as we said at the beginning, it is about safeguarding our shared future. Thank you so much, and wish you every inspiration and success for the rest of this conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nashka, for those profound words. So we have to be ready. We have to know the risks before they come. We have to be prepared. We have to invest in preparedness, and we have to place people at the center of these efforts. Really profound. Thank you for those reflections and for reminding us of the wider civic, social, and European responsibility that sits behind heritage safeguarding. It's not only a European responsibility, it's a global governance responsibility. And indeed, the networks that have been created through Europa Nostra and the Ready cohort network, as well as the First Aiders network, is, we hope, will be connected through such meets and future such events. And hopefully then the 7 most endangered program can also utilize their expertise in solving some of very, situational issues that are encountering these heritage sites. So now we move on with this very rich and very encouraging, inspiring talk. We move on to the first set of Ready Track 1 participants' presentations. Each presentation will give us a short insight into how comprehensive risk assessment methodology shared during the training was applied in practice, and how participants worked with within their own institutions, with their own colleagues, communities, and other stakeholders to better understand risk. Our first speaker is Mariliis Vaks from Estonia. Mariliis is a conservator at the Estonian National Museum in Tartu, where she has worked for 15 years as a wood conservator. She holds an MA in Conservation and Cultural Heritage, and her work focuses on preservation and research of wooden objects, particularly furniture collections. She's also known for a value-based conservation approach that combines careful documentation, minimal intervention, and strong understanding of meanings attached to objects and collections. Through Ready, Mariliis carried out a comprehensive disaster risk assessment of the Estonian National Museum's wooden objects storage facility. And later on, this effort, I think, has been spread to the other museum collections as well. And this focused on risks to staff and to approximately 26,000, over 26,000 objects, including Finno-Ugric collection and woven seat farmhouse chairs. So, Mariliis, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Aparna. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, the whole team, for today's conference and the following days, of course, as well. I hope you can see my screen. It's, yeah, okay, thank you. I will start now. So I am Mariliis Vaks, and I'm from Estonian National Museum. And today I will present the comprehensive risk assessment project carried out at the Estonian National Museum, specifically focusing on the museum's wooden objects storage facility.
The Estonian National Museum is one of the key memory institutions in Estonia, responsible for preserving and interpreting Estonian cultural heritage alongside other Finno-Ugric peoples. The museum is located in Tartu, Estonia, and its new building was opened in 2016. However, part of the collection is still stored in an older storage facility a few hundred meters away in a historic manor park area. Since December 2025, both the museum building and the storage facility are under UNESCO enhanced protection. The storage facility is in poor condition, and following the opening of the new museum building, it has gradually received less attention over time. Despite this, the facility still houses more than 26,000 valuable wooden artifacts, including tools, household items, furniture, and craft objects that reflect Estonian everyday life and craftsmanship. As a wood conservator working directly in the storage facility, I see daily how the building's deteriorating condition directly affects the collections. Over the years, I have also witnessed how poor maintenance and lack of attention mean that many risks, both to the collections and people working there, remain overlooked. This first-hand experience led me to apply for the Ready course to better understand these risks and strengthen long-term learn preservation efforts. The main focus of my post-project work was carrying out a comprehensive risk assessment for the storage facility. The process began with raising awareness within the museum, and I organized a presentation for museum staff to introduce the condition of the facility, the main risks affecting it, and the goals of the project. The assessment was based on the methodology I learned during the Ready training. A key tool was the risk evaluation form, which helped structure hazards, vulnerabilities, and possible impacts on the collections, people, and the building. Information was gathered through observations, interviews, meetings, and discussions with staff and external stakeholders. If speaking about challenges, one of the main challenges was the lack of complete technical documentation. Information was fragmented or inconsistent, so I had to compile it onto one clear and usable overview. At the same time, I am very grateful for the strong support from museum management and external partners, such as the National Heritage Board. Overall, this process showed me that risk assessment is not only a technical exercise, but also a collaborative process that supports communication, awareness, better prioritization, and more sustainable preparedness measures. Stakeholder collaboration became one of the most important and at the same time one of the most challenging parts of the project, as this kind of participatory work hadn't previously been carried out in the museum in connection with risk assessment. Within the museum, I worked closely with the Estonian National Museum staff and the museum's risk management team. Externally, key partners included State Real Estate, which is responsible for managing the building, the Estonian Rescue Board, and the National Heritage Board of Estonia. Cooperation with the Rescue Board, especially through joint cooperation days, which helped improve awareness of fire safety and emergency response planning. Alongside the technical risk assessment, I wanted to introduce a more participatory approach by involving museum staff, external partners, Finno-Ugric community representatives, tenants working in the building, and members of the local community in discussions about the values, risks, and future of the collections and storage facility. To gain local perspectives and create a space for sharing experiences and concerns, I organized an insight game, a method which I had learned during the Ready training. This proved to be a very effective format for bringing together people from different professionals and cultural backgrounds, encouraging open dialogue and building a stronger shared understanding of the museum, its collections, and the importance of their long-term preservation. The assessment identified several major risks, many of which are connected to the condition of the building itself. This included roof leaks, storms, snow load, water intrusion, power outages, structural deterioration, fire risk, and vulnerabilities in technical systems and security. These risks are particularly serious because the collections consist mainly of wooden objects, which are highly sensitive to moisture, unstable environmental conditions, and fire. The assessment also highlighted armed conflict-related risks linked to the current geopolitical situation and the ongoing war in Ukraine, including potential aerial threats such as drone strikes and broader regional instability. One important finding concerned that contracted security company. While initially considered an asset, it also proved to be a potential vulnerability. Although included in crisis planning documents, the security provider wasn't fully familiar with the building or emergency procedures, which created a false sense of preparedness. Overall, the risks are interconnected and can trigger cascading effects, highlighting the need for integrated and continuous risk management. The project has already led to several important outcomes. The first comprehensive risk assessment of the storage facility is now completed, and it can be used as a foundation for future planning. Fire safety planning is ongoing, including updated plans, maps, and emergency instructions. Cooperation with the Estonian Rescue Board and other partners has improved significantly, especially in emergency preparedness. Inside the museum, awareness has increased. Staff now better understand the vulnerabilities and the importance of coordinated action. The storage facility is also no longer seen as overlooked part of the institution. Looking ahead, further building improvements are planned for this summer, including roof repairs and upgrades. And in June, a tabletop exercise involving multiple national partners will also take place to test communication, coordination, and emergency response in practice. Several key lessons came from this process. First, collaboration is essential. Risk management only works when different experts and institutions work together. Second, risks are interconnected. Environmental, technical, and organizational risks influence each other. For example, a fire is really just a single event. It is usually the result of a chain of underlying causes and contributing factors that need to be understood and addressed together. Third, participatory approaches like insight are very valuable because they bring in different perspectives and strengthen understanding. Also, the other ICCROM tools provided a clear structure that helped turn fragmented information into a coherent risk picture. But the most important lesson for me is that preparedness starts with people. Communication, trust, and shared responsibility are essential. And with this, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Mariliis. I think we have lost Aparna.
Okay. I think I'm back. I'm sorry I was muted. I would like to thank Mariliis for her presentation and for those profound words that preparedness begins with people, with placing trust and with communication. Indeed, that's the case. And I think this was one of the key messages of the Ready and a lesson learned for us also. So perhaps this should be a readiness indicator that there is trust within the team and there is effective communication within institutional staff. And that, I think, is the first step for effective risk mitigation and preparedness. So thank you for that insightful presentation. Next is Maria José. My one request to the audience, please keep your questions ready as you're listening. Sometimes because the time is short, our participants have made very short presentations, but they have rich knowledge to share. And so if you will ask those questions, they will be happy to answer. And as I said, next is Maria José, a conservator, restorer, and coordinator of preventive conservation at the Center for the Restoration of Movable Heritage of Catalonia, where she provides technical assistance in risk management and emergency preparedness to museum and heritage institutions across Catalonia in Spain. And through Ready, she sought to strengthen her use of practical tested tools and methodologies that could be shared across institutions in Catalonia to improve prevention, preparedness, and response capacities. Her Ready project focused on strengthening disaster risk management within the Department of Culture and across museums, archives, and heritage organizations in Catalonia, including staff training at CRM-BMC, which is her home institution, and collaboration with firefighters and civil protection, emergency kit development, and the first step towards integrating heritage protection into a territorial emergency plan. Over to Maria José. The floor is yours. You're muted. We can't hear you. You're muted, Maria José. We'll try to unmute you. I'll ask the team to unmute her if she can. If you can.
I already did it. Sorry, because when I put the other screen, I don't see you, so I couldn't mute it. Sorry. Do you see the presentation now? Yes. Okay. Good morning. As Aparna said, my name is Maria José, and I work at the Center for Restoration of Movable Heritage of Catalonia, which, as also Aparna said, is the public institution responsible for the supporting museums and heritage institutions across the region. The name of my project, as you can see, is Prepare, Ready, and Go, because it represents the starting point for a strategy for implementing comprehensive disaster risk management in cultural heritage. Oops. At the center, I work on preventive conservation, risk assessment, and emergency preparedness. Within the Ready framework, our work has developed along two interconnected lines. On the one hand, we carry out a risk assessment of the center itself. This helps us to improve staff knowledge, internal capacities, and preparedness at the building and institutional level. On the other hand, we are working on a broader territorial strategy for safeguarding cultural heritage. The second line is moving more slowly, I have to say, because it involves coordination with civil protection authorities, other public departments, and different stakeholders, as well as training and capacity building beyond our institution. Even if these two paths move at different speeds, they are closely connected. What we test and learn at the center help us build a wider strategy, while the territorial approach provides a framework that supports and gives direction to local actions. My motivation for joining this program was twofold. First, to strengthen my own skills in disaster risk management, and second, to bring this knowledge back and apply it on our institutions. It was also very interesting I was also very interested by the opportunity to learn from and connect with professionals from different countries. This course has helped me organize what I really knew, learn many new things, and see them from a new perspective. It also has helped me better understand how heritage protection can be part of wider emergency and territorial planning. We started the risk assessment as an individual exercise. I applied the Ready tools and template using both local data and resources identified during the training. Then, gradually, colleagues from the center got involved, and this was an important step because it allowed us to move from theory to practice. Later, we shared the assessment with firefighters and municipal civil protection services, and then together we review and validate the results and discuss possible preventive measures. Some of them have been applied, some others will be on the future. At the same time, I trained the staff and shared with them the methodology internally, so they all now are aware of what risk assessment and comprehensive risk assessment means. So the process moved from something individual to something more collaborative. Collaboration was really at the center of the whole process. Internally, we worked with conservators, maintenance staff, and security teams. Their daily experience helped us identify practical vulnerabilities that are not always visible in reports. Externally, collaboration with firefighters and civil protection was especially valuable. They brought a different perspective, focus on response, access, and real emergency constraints. And they make us aware that some things that we thought were important were not so much important. And in other cases, others that we have overvalued were important. They help us connect heritage needs with wider emergency frameworks. One important thing we learned is that risk assessment is not only technical, it's also about people, relationships, and communication. Building shared understanding takes time, but it's essential. The assessment identified three main risks. The first, wildfire and external fire risk, especially because we are close to a natural park and due to increasing temperatures and drought conditions. The second is a combined climate risk scenario. This includes heat waves, system failures, and energy disruptions happening together. Since our collection depends heavily on environmental control, this makes us especially vulnerable. The third is flooding in basement storage areas, where a large part of the collection and archives are located. Heavy rainfall or flash floods could have a direct impact, so we discover we are in an area with possibility to be in flood. But one of the key findings with the assessment was that risks do not happen alone. They can create chain reactions where one triggers to another. And another was that in the center, not only physical objects that we preserve and restore are important. There is a lot of intangible heritage linked to the knowledge and documentation we keep, and which is really vulnerable and important for the community and for our colleagues. And sometimes we do forget that. The assessment is still ongoing, and one of the first steps was review our emergency plan to include multi-risk and cascading scenarios. We also started prioritizing realistic actions such as updating salvage priorities, improving protection in vulnerable areas, and clarifying roles during emergencies. And another important outcome has been to improve dialogue with emergency service. It's still informal, but now we have a shared framework for discussion. Internally, the process has also raised awareness. Preparedness is now seen more as a shared responsibility and not something that only applies, let's say, to me. And I would like to finish with three key lessons. The first, that identifying risk is not the hardest part. The real challenge is implementing change inside institutional systems. Second, that risk management is not only technical. It depends, as also Mariliis said, on trust, collaboration, and organizational culture. And the third, that also has been said today, building resilience takes time. It requires alliances, continuity, and a shift in mindset. This program has helped us, or at least I want to think that, to move from a reactive approach towards a more integrated and proactive one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria José, for that excellent presentation. Both you and Mariliis have given very to the point and very clear presentations. And this is now our time to take a few minutes for questions and comments on the first two presentations. I invite participants and attendees to share questions in the chat, and I will bring a few of them in the discussion. If there are no questions, then perhaps as we are running 2 minutes late, we will move on, but I will ask one question to both presenters. Of course, I will ask you a question. Are there any questions? Mohana Chakravarti, you have your hand up.
Yes, there is one question in the chat.
Yeah.
It's called from iPhone, so I don't know who this person is. So if you could kindly rename yourself. But the question is, how can you put priority to mitigate the risk?
Who wants? Mariliis, you or me? In our case, I start. In our case, to decide it, it's just it's based on how it will impact the collection, but also you have to, sorry for the English, and I'm nervous, to contrast it with the possibility, the budget also you have and the resources you have to implement that. Sometimes a little improvement is better than a big one. And as long as you make any improvement, that's good enough. So it's just trying to, in our case, the ones we could do faster have been the ones that we have improved, and others that need approval from above institutions are going to be improved on the future, and that's it. And also, I have to say that the biggest improvement I think we've done is what I said, is having the staff aware of what risk assessment and risk management means. They weren't some months before, and risk was something that it was on my area, let's say. Now all of them are aware of that, and they all take part on this preparedness. So I think that it's a huge improvement.
Mariliis, you want to say something?
Yes, I also think this is about seeking the balance the budget and the collection, because sometimes when it's possible, maybe it is the easiest way just to relocate the collection when the conditions are not suitable for it. And in our case, it might be the option, because we try to keep the most fragile objects away from the storage facility right now, because we still have some space in our new building as well. But yeah, it's about seeking the balance.
Yeah, balancing apples and oranges, looking at what is feasible and how much support you will need, and then prioritizing action in such a way that you can mitigate multiple hazards with one action and not having a single hazard approach. I think that's a good idea. There is a direct question for Mariliis. In fact, this is from Maria. Maria, you can you can ask the question directly and open the chat. Open your microphone, because we would encourage a discussion. So if you would like to ask it in person, that'll be great.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for inviting us in this meeting. I was a candidate also from General State Archives of Greece, National Archives, and I'm very happy attending this meeting. I would like to ask about what kind of methodology did you implement it, Mariliis, for accomplishing the risk assessment to your collection? And I would like to ask the same, that understands that is there any ready risk assessment key tool?
Yes, thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. I actually mentioned it in my presentation that my favorite tool is from ICCROM toolkit, and it's called like the risk evaluation form. This is a very simple form. I really love it. I don't know who is the exact author of it, but it really helps me to analyze the key factors
regarding the collections, the building, the people working here, and the community who care for this cultural heritage. And I'm pretty sure that you can find it from ICCROM materials. And I really, really like it. And this is really has helped me to think about risks and to structure and to analyze all the factors. That's something I really recommend to use.
So the risk evaluation form, if I may say, add to what Mariliis has said, is it brings together, identifies what are the key internal vulnerabilities, what are the key external vulnerabilities in relation to specific hazards. So first you have to identify the hazards, then you have to identify how your collection is exposed to those hazards, and then you have to identify which are the vulnerabilities, and then what are the capacities, and then this then helps to evaluate the risk, right, Mariliis?
Absolutely, yes.
But it's just
very
a form.
structured and and it's easy to follow, even if you haven't ever been to Ready course. I think it's still quite easy to follow. The structure is very simple, and it makes it much more understandable. Absolutely.
So there are 3 new questions. Wow, there are more questions. So there is one for Valeria from Maria Jose. And there is also from Emma. So I would like everyone to very quickly open their mics and pose these questions, but then we must move on because we are losing time. We will have to contain this discussion, come back and listen to more presentations. But so just 2 more questions. So who wants to go ahead? Either Valeria or Emma? Yes.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting us to this session. I would like to ask, what challenges did you encounter in transferring the knowledge gained from the training program to the practical constraints of your local context? Every context has its own complexity and challenges.
This is from Emma. It's like, I would like to ask, challenges did you encounter in transferring the knowledge gained from the training program to the practical constraints of your local context, Estonian and Catalan? Like, so basically, how did you convince the stakeholders, if I am paraphrasing, if I'm understanding right, what Emma means to ask is what challenges you had in, the ideas. It's fine to have ideas in the training program, but then when you go back home, how do you convince your respective stakeholders and your respective in your context?
Okay. I hope I answer well. Let's see. The first thing, you need patience and time. It takes time, as I said. I mean, you arrive there with a lot of ideas, with really want to improve a lot of things, and you need to slow down, let people have their own time and get there and find the right moment, let's say, and start working also. And maybe if, in my case, if you start just engaging one, and then you start the process, and slowly you get the other people involved. And also you need the time to let's say, digest all the information yourself. As I said, with the Ready training, I already had knowledge, and it helped me to put it all together and understand things. Once you understand it, it's much easier to transmit this knowledge, And in a way, I really don't know how to explain, but you find the way with the person you have in front of you to find the thing you have in common and try to follow that path, and one thing brings to another. We call the firefighter. Within the firefighter were 2 persons really interested, so we kept going through those 2 persons, and they will do the job for us with the others, let's say, and then we engage them. Some of them discovered cultural heritage that day. They have even ever thought about that. For them, people was the first thing, and not heritage. Now they know heritage, they know our work in our institution, let's say, our firefighters now know what that building is because they don't even knew it. And that's changed the mechanism itself, just that visit. And from that, we start working. I don't know if I'm answering, but.
Yes, you are.
I also think that the first step is important. If you don't take that first step, you won't know somebody can help you. And people actually care about cultural heritage. They do. In Estonia, I think it's just important to go and ask and tell people about the cultural heritage, why it's important, and how it's connected with the other ways of living, and then people start thinking. Maybe it takes some time, but in the end, they come and will help us.
And sorry, Aparna, if I can say something else. And I also really learn or confirm, let's say, that it's really good to listen. Instead of teaching, try to listen. And because they all know things that you don't, of course you can teach them things, but that's not the way, let's say. It's better to talk and listen than teach. Then I don't know if that makes sense in English, but because I'm kind of translating, but we know many things about cultural heritage, but everyone has another background that can also teach you things. And putting all this knowledge in common is what will really help to save our cultural heritage. That's it.
Thank you very much for those reflections. We must move on, but I find very interesting and very relevant questions in the chat. One of them is about bureaucracy becoming a risk due to decisions and budget, if budgets are not aligned to preventive conservation, or if simply the decision makers are not interested. So that's a very relevant question, and in fact, an institutional vulnerability. There is also a question about community engagement. So what we encourage both Mariliis and Maria José and subsequent speakers to write the answers in the chat, and we will continue this discussion right after these presentations. And next on the floor is going to be Julia Patricia Herce again from Spain. Julia is an archaeologist and a civil servant with more than 30 years of experience on heritage conservation in Andalusia. She works as a technical advisor in the Department of Museums and Cultural Sites of the Regional Ministry of Culture and Sport of Andalusia. A defining part of her professional experience was her role in complete evacuation of the Archaeological Museum of Seville ahead of its refurbishment, which exposed the operational complexity and vulnerability of large-scale collections in transition, which is in fact a very relevant topic and it enriched some of the discussions we had within Ready. Through Ready, Julia developed a project centered on Andalusian Cultural Heritage Logistics Center in San Jose, which currently safeguards collections from Archaeological Museum of Seville. Her work moved from technical risk assessment of the center towards a wider regional approach, linking safeguarding plans, emergency protocols, cooperation with fire and rescue services, and future regulatory frameworks for museums and cultural institutions in Andalusia. So really her work really transitioned through her Ready project from one focused large-scale collection to a region-wide approach. Over to Julia for your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Aparna, for your presentation. Well, I will share my presentation with you already now. Hello again. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julia Herce. I'm a heritage curator for the Regional Ministry for Culture and Sport of Andalusia, Spain, the southernmost region in continental Europe. My project is called From Island Institution to Resilient System, I will share how I carry out a comprehensive risk assessment for a cultural heritage logistics center and what I learned along the way. This is the Cultural Heritage Logistics Center. It is located in San José de la Rinconada, near Seville. It's not a museum, it's a facility to store, conserve, restore, and research the collection of the Archaeological Museum of Seville. I conducted a risk assessment because several vulnerabilities came up at the same time. We hold almost 21,000 registered entries, but the real number is much higher. One entry can be a single item or a whole archaeological log with hundreds of fragments. The collection is very diverse: ceramic, stone, glass, metals, organics, and paper, and many assets are unique, running from the Paleolithic to the 20th century. Also, climate change is accelerating in our region, with evident effects such as increasing heat waves and aridification. There is a site-specific risk at the logistics center. It is located immediately adjacent to an active railway corridor. This proximity creates a complex risk framework for the building and the collection itself. And last but not least, heritage loss is not a future risk. It's happening now, as our recent events remind us. For instance, the wildfire across the Iberian Peninsula last summer affecting sites like Las Médulas, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. I carry out a comprehensive risk assessment, as I mentioned before, based on 3 pillars. First, methodology. The Ready training gave me a clear framework to deal with several hazards at once. That was a real shift for me because it gave me the tools to identify vulnerabilities, capacities, and the network need to turn analysis into real mitigation and preparedness measures. The first image shows one of the first steps, setting the scope of the facility. Second, data from 2 angles. To understand the threats, I use environmental and climate sources at 3 scales: at European level as Copernicus, at national level I met the Spanish Weather Agency and AGME, the Geological Survey of Spain, and at regional level, Readiness, the Andalusian Environmental Information Network. The second image shows temperature trends for Seville over the last 50 years, a clear warming indicator. To understand the asset itself, I use CLIO, the topographic inventory of the museum collections. Third, and probably the most important, fieldwork and interviews with conservator, technician, security staff, because they see since no data set captures, as Maria José said before. The harder part was getting all the stakeholders and emergency services to sit at the same table. But the staff engagement was the real turning point. They are the ones who make protocols and measure real on the ground. This work requires building coalition across 3 sectors that don't usually sit at the same table, as I mentioned: emergency services, institutional partners, and the museum network. The key strategy was to institutionalize the heritage emergency within the regional government. This means the program does not depend on one person or one project. It has legal weight and operational continuity. One open challenge remains, including the community perspective. We are at an early stage, I must say. Working through the local museum of La Rinconada is a valuable entry point for community engagement. We identify 5 main risk factors, but I want to focus on the most important finding because it was absent from the exciting self-protection plan of the logistics center. I call it the railway island effect. The center sits right next to a very active railway corridor. This specific location creates 4 problems at once: continuous vibrations that affect fragile materials over time. There's only a single access road that can be easily blocked by any accident. The proximity to dry vegetation along the tracks, which become far better during heat waves. And finally, the isolation from the local community goes beyond the physical reality, as I explained before. The other 4 risks reinforce this picture: heat waves and fire, seismic amplification, battery charging, and training gaps among the staff. But this journey goes beyond a risk assessment for a heritage logistics center, as Aparna said before, because we move to action along 4 lines. First, adopt mitigation measure at the logistics center. Clearing the perimeter vegetation along the railway is already under protocol. The relocation of the battery charging point away from the collection storage area is underway, and the self-protection plans, which has been dormant, is being reactivated. Second, preparedness planning. Andalusia is the first region in Spain to regulate safeguarding plans by law. The new cultural heritage law, which was approved only 2 months ago, requires all museums, archives, and libraries to have safeguarding plans. This risk assessment fed directly into that regulation, which must be ready by 2027. Third, emergency response. We draft an emergency protocol for museums, institutions, and participate in large-scale drills, such as the tsunami drills in the city of Cadiz last November. This picture shows the exercise at the Cadiz Museum we prepare. And fourth, training and awareness. We have run 2 editions of an emergency safeguarding course. It was very successfully made it in this way, with a set of handling, packing, and transport in emergencies planned for November. We are also participating in different forums and workshops. I want to close with 3 reflections. To me, the core lesson is that institutional backing is decisive, both for implementing measures and for sustaining this work all this time. What worked best along this journey? Teamwork. Having architects, conservators, security staff, and fire brigade officers all working together were our single strongest asset. Together with a strategic alliance, for instance, with university. What I will change? I will start community outreach much earlier. Building trust with local stakeholders takes time. There are many layers involved: politics, institutional hierarchies, different goals, and you cannot add this step a final layer in your risk assessment. For practice to adopt, integrate safeguarding into institutional planning, make safeguarding measure part of day-to-day work, align conservators with civil protection, institutional agreements, joint training, and drills. That engage your own staff through practical exercises. Protocol beats plans. Start with what's urgent. What is more important to work in it? This is you can start for the easier thing, and that you really detected in your institution. And make risks visible. Staff who see the threat at. For instance, when the fire brigade visited the logistics center, staff immediately recognized the danger of the battery charging zone adjacent to collection storage. So, in fact, the project to relocate the battery charging zone is already underway. Well, that's all. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you for that insightful presentation. Our next speaker is Mara Korunić from Croatia. Mara is an associate conservator for movable heritage at the Conservation Department in Dubrovnik, part of the Ministry of Culture and Media of the Republic of Croatia. Her work focuses on researching, documenting, monitoring, and protecting movable cultural heritage in Dubrovnik, Neretva County, including the supervision of conservation and restoration processes. Through READY, Mara has developed a risk assessment for the inventory of the Church of St. Nicholas of the Shipyard in Dubrovnik, a small votive church linked to the city's maritime traditions and opened only once a year for the feast of St. Nicholas. Her project focused on identifying risks to a nationally protected collection of paintings, liturgical objects, silver votive plaques, and vestments, while creating a model that could be applied to similar church inventories across Dubrovnik area and also rest of the country. So over to Mara.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, so let me just try to share my screen. Okay. Right, sure. Okay. Am I sharing? Do you see the screen? Okay, so first, thank you, Aparna, for the introduction. So, hello, everyone. My name is Mara Korunić, as Aparna already mentioned. I'm from Dubrovnik, Croatia, and today I will present my project, which is a risk assessment of the collection belonging to the small votive church of St. Nicholas of the Shipyard that's located in Dubrovnik. So to begin, I would like to introduce the background and motivation for this project. So I work as an associate for the Protected Movable Heritage at the Conservation Department in Dubrovnik, which is a regional department of the Ministry of Culture and Media of the Republic of Croatia. So as I marked on the slide, Conservation Department of Dubrovnik is responsible for protected cultural heritage in the south of Croatia, in the area of Dubrovnik-Neretva County. So the idea for this project grew out of a practical need identified in my work. So many protected heritage collections in our county are located in small churches that are scattered all around this area. They are rarely visited and not in active use, and for that reason, they are not in main focus. So in case of an emergency, with that, we risk a big loss of valuable heritage because of lack of information and lack of monitoring. So because of that reason, risk assessment for each of these collections would be highly beneficial for emergency preparedness and response, but also for identifying vulnerabilities in advance and reducing the likelihood of damage or loss before an emergency occurs. We would be able to better monitor their state, and we would know on what to focus, and in case of an emergency, where we need to cooperate with the emergency responders, we would be better prepared to avoid as much loss as possible. So for this project, I chose to carry a risk assessment of the collection housed in the small votive church of St. Nicholas of the Shipyard. It is a small collection with fewer than 100 objects officially protected by the Ministry of Culture. Kept in the church that is opened only once a year during the celebration of St. Nicholas. So collection consists of different paintings, altarpieces, mass vestments, votive plaques, liturgical objects, so basically a typical church inventory. I carried out the assessment in several steps. So first I obtained permissions from my department and from the owners of the church. Second, I gathered documentation from my department related to the history of the church and collection, and related to the protective works and renovations done in past. So third, I conducted visits to the site. And finally, I organized all the findings using the ICCROM assessment forms that we used during the online training and which were really helpful in navigating through identification of risks, vulnerabilities, and capacities. And it really helps you to structure your risk assessment. So during this process, I worked with my colleagues from the Conservation Department, a representative of Civil Protection of Dubrovnik, the church owner, the church guardian, and also the nearby residents, so people who are living in the neighborhood of the church. So each of the stakeholders contributed a different kind of knowledge, which together helped create a more complete understanding of the site and its risks. So first, from my department, more experienced colleagues, they gave me access to the official documentation about the collection and the church. Also, they gave me documentation about all the renovations and protective works that our department has done in the past. And they also visited the site with me, which helped me better understand its current condition, as well as earlier interventions. So visits, also I visited the site with a representative from Civil Protection, which helped in identifying all the possible risks and vulnerabilities of the collection and the church. And the stakeholder of local community, so community perspectives were included through the communication with the owner, which is a representative from the Dominican monastery of the Holy Cross. Also a church guardian that has a spare key of the church, lives close by and always checks the church after, I don't know, heavy rains or after a storm. And also nearby residents. So they provided us with local knowledge about the church, practical information about access, current use of the church, and some vulnerabilities of the church that we would probably oversee. They would probably be overseen with only formal documentation. So in the process of the risk assessment, we identified risks from three main hazards. So that was heavy rainfall, earthquake, and heat waves. So these three hazards were considered the most significant because they are strongly connected to the environmental and structural conditions of the site, as well as to the wider risk context of Dubrovnik, where rainy winters, seismic exposure, and increasing summer heat all affect heritage buildings. So heavy rainfall is significant because the church already shows recurring dampness caused by water infiltration into the walls. This problem had already been addressed during the conservation works and renovations carried out between 2015 and 2017, but signs of dampness have appeared again recently. That makes heavy rainfall a serious risk because increased moisture and humidity can gradually damage paintings, textile metals, etc. Earthquake is a second major risk because Dubrovnik is known as being in seismically active area, and the church experienced structural damage in a previous earthquake, including cracking in masonry and start of detachment of the side altars. Although the church was repaired and stabilized 10 years ago, the earlier damage shows that it remains sensitive to future seismic events. And for the last, we have heat waves, the third identified risk, because the church has no environmental control. It is exposed to prolonged summer heat, which can contribute to deterioration of sensitive materials, especially because the site is not, especially if the site is not monitored regularly during the hottest period of the year, which is here July, August, but also in the last couple of years, September as well. So an important insight from this was how the risks are actually connected to each other, and that slow processes such as dampness and heat can increase vulnerability over time, making the site less resilient in general, but also when sudden events such as an earthquake occur. So early results of the risk assessment. So one of the most important early results of this risk assessment is that it brought together all the key information about the church, the collection, and the main risks in one place. It gives a much clearer overview of the risks affecting the site, how those risks are connected, and what should be monitored more carefully in the future. That makes it easier to think about future mitigation measures, such as regular checks after heavy rainfall, better monitoring of wall dampness, and clearer emergency priorities for the most vulnerable objects. So in terms of emergency response, the value of the document is that it organizes essential information in advance. If an emergency occurs, the conservation department and emergency services would not need to start from zero, because basic information about the site, the collection, the risks, and the vulnerabilities has already been gathered. So this can save time, support better decision-making, and improve the coordination of any initial response. So to conclude, what I wanted to achieve with this project is to start with small collections in heritage sites that are not in active use, but also they are also in great need of risk assessment. Since they are not in active use, a lot of vulnerabilities can remain overlooked or unknown. And because of that, it is important to make risk assessments for all of them, to know all the possible risks and to be better prepared in case of a future emergency. So this project can be understood as a pilot example that I hope to use for collections of similar type in the Dubrovnik area, mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. The risk assessment also showed that the biggest risks are not limited to disasters alone. The assessment showed that the slower and recurring processes that are often overseen, such as dampness, heat stress, and irregular monitoring, are just as important because they can gradually increase vulnerability of the collection and the building, and also be crucial in resilience of cultural heritage in case a catastrophic event occurs. And the last important insight that this project confirmed once again is that the process works best when it combines formal documentation, professional knowledge with direct site observation, and the local knowledge of people connected to the location. So basically, the cooperation of stakeholders is crucial for better preparedness. So that's it from me.
Thank you, Mara, for this presentation. It was very clear. And we move on to the last presentation of this session. And last but not the least, our next speaker is Artur Jaime Duarte from Portugal. Artur is a conservator restorer with Museums and Monuments of Portugal, where he supports museums in conservation and restoration activities, project development, and supervision of interventions. His work is situated within a national institution responsible for 37 museums and monuments across 55 buildings in more than 21 cities and towns, including sites and collections of major cultural significance. Through his READY project, Artur developed work towards a risk mitigation and management methodology for museums, monuments, and collections under the responsibility of Museums and Monuments of Portugal. His project responds to the growing impact of extreme weather events in Portugal and focuses on strengthening risk assessment, staff training, emergency procedures, coordination with fire brigades, and practical preparedness across diverse heritage contexts, from museums and monasteries to forts, archaeological sites, and coastal monuments. So a huge responsibility. Artur, the floor is yours. Please share your
Thank you, Aparna. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I hope you are seeing my presentation, yes? Okay, I'll begin. Museus and Monumentos de Portugal oversees 37 museums and monuments housed in 55 buildings across more than 21 cities. Our sites include a wide range of cultural heritage, from collections to historical buildings and archaeological sites. Monuments inscribed on UNESCO World Heritage lists and our collections contain around 1,600 objects classified as national treasures. I work in the Department of Space Maintenance and Works. I'm a conservator, and I'm a kind of jack of all trades. I do all kind of things there. Mostly I work in studies, projects, and works. MMP manage a large and diverse network of museums, monuments, and collections exposed to a wide range of natural and human-induced hazards. Risk management practices are largely fragmented, with each museum operating independently and without a clear and unified institutional policy. This assessment has the intention of making it possible to identify vulnerabilities, compare priorities across different regions, and lay the foundations for a more coordinated and strategical approach to the risk management. This model is currently being applied into separate museums as a pilot initiative with the intention of extending it to all sites within the MMP. Ultimately, it represents a critical step towards safeguarding visitors, staff, collections, and heritage buildings, while also strengthening collaboration, shared responsibility, and institutional resilience across the organization and wider community. During the risk assessment, my main priority was to engage people. I worked closely with colleagues from different departments and museums because they understand the buildings, the collections, and the day-to-day operational changes better than anyone. Involving them from the beginning was essential to ensure that the assessment will reflect the realities of daily practice. Together, we examined the spaces, identify vulnerabilities, and discuss how different hazards could affect both the collections and the buildings. To support this process, I create simple visual maps that help teams clearly identify key risk areas and understand how relatively small adjustments, such as reorganization, exhibition space, and storage areas, could significantly reduce exposure. We also organized 2 short training sessions, one in Braga, another in Guimarães, where I introduced ready methodology and explained different types of risk and their potential impacts. These sessions helped to build a shared understanding and encourage teams to take ownership of the process. During this risk assessment process, I used the ready tools and the insight approach to structure discussion, prioritize risks, and translate technical concepts into a practical and accessible actions. More important, these tools create a space for open conversations about vulnerabilities and practical solutions, transforming the assessment for a purely technical exercise into a collaborative process. This collaborative process makes the result more realistic, grounded, everyday process, and ultimately more effective, protecting people, collections, and buildings. The main risks identified: complex volumetric configuration and heterogeneous roof geometries increase the vulnerability of the historic buildings to extreme rainfall events and drainage systems, flashings, gutters, downpipes are frequently underdimensioned, resulting in an overflow, structural saturation, ruptures, and water infiltration. High-value collections items were identified in areas that may be directly impacted under extreme hydrometeorological scenarios, representing a critical vulnerability for asset preservation. The impermeabilization of the surrounding urban surface, combined with the insufficiently dimensional public stormwater drainage infrastructure, creates significant risks on surface runoff intrusion into the ground floor and basements collection storage areas, compromising conservation conditions. Adjacent vacant buildings and structures containing industrial kitchens constitute a potential ignition source and increase the probability of urban fire propagation through the museum complex. The building's location within an area of dense and continuous vegetation cover increased the fuel load during periods of severe drought, thereby elevating the risk of wildfire spread and interface fire areas. West-facing facades are particularly exposed to prevailing strong winds, which may induce mechanical damage to vertical architecture elements, roof assemblies, and window frames, creating entry points for water intrusion. The tools developed have alert museum leadership and staff to structural and operational vulnerabilities of the building under different risk scenarios. They also stimulate internal coordination and encourage the collaboration with the external agencies, such as the fire department and civil protection, with the aim of establish procedures and actions that mitigate potential damage. The placement of the storage areas and collections items within the exhibition space has been reassessed and will continue to be adjusted based on the risks maps produced, ensuring a greater protection of cultural assets in the emergency situations. The key lessons learned and the reflections on the process. Although the MMP operates as a national institution, many museums still function as isolated units, with varying levels of dynamism depending on their leaderships and teams. Central management currently prioritizes other institutional concerns, fulfilling only the minimum legal requirements regarding the risk assessment and management. The building itself is a major determinant of risk. One of the clearest insights was not all areas in the museum are suitable for storing and displaying collections. The physical characteristics of the building strongly influence the vulnerability. Certain zones consistently present higher exposure regardless of the type of risks, like west-facing facades, top floors, ground floor, basements. Recognizing these patterns helped me to understand that risks is not abstract, it's spatial, structural, and deeply tied to the building's configuration. Internal risks are significant as external hazards. Another correlation was that collections are not only threatened by natural hazards, but also by internal, often preventable risks, such as deficiencies in the electrical system or unsafe electrical practice, failures in water systems, operational habits that intentionally increase vulnerability. This highlights the need to address not only environment or structural threats, but also to the day-to-day practices that shape the museum internal risk landscape. What worked well? The study enabled a reassessment of exhibition layouts and storage location, helping to reduce exposure without requiring major structural interventions. Mapping the vulnerabilities within the building proved highly effective for practical evidence-based decision-making, identify internal risks, open opportunities for quick operational improvements that can significantly enhance safety. What I'll do different, I will involve museum teams earlier in the process to integrate their practical knowledge and stronger ownership of the outcomes. I will incorporate scenario-based simulations, example fire, flooding, system failure, to test the robustness of proposed measures. I will collect more systematic data on past incidents, further support prioritization. What others can apply in their own context, assess the building by zones of vulnerability before deciding where to place collections or reserves, identify internal risks which are often overlooked but can be highly damaging, invest in training, publications, and drills which empower teams and build cultural of preparedness reconsider internal layouts based on risk evidence rather than convenience and tradition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Artur. Thank you for that great presentation. With this, we wrap up the first set of technical presentations in this session on risk assessment and comprehensive risk assessment. And now it is time for Q&A. I open the floor for question and answers. I'm aware that we are running behind time, as always it happens in these kind of gatherings. So please keep your questions short and directed to the speakers. I certainly have questions for all of the speakers. And one key question that I have for all of you is, when you applied for Ready Track 1, you had some risk perceptions in your mind. You were worried about one type of risk. And I would like to ask, after other questions, if that risk perception has changed and in which way it has changed, what you thought was the big risk when you entered this training, and what do you think today are the big risks to your collections collections and buildings, in case of Artur, when now you have conducted the risk assessment for your respective institutions and have gone beyond your institutions. So that's my one question to all of you. But before that, I don't want to you to focus on my question. I open the floor for questions. Please raise your hand, use the raise hand function, or write your question in the chat. I see okay, there is a hand. I can't see who's raised their hand. Please open your mic and ask the question.
It's me. Sorry. It's just that in the Q&A, there's a very big kind of reflection and question, and perhaps I could read it out for the panelists.
Yes, thank you, Dewey, for helping me out, because
no,
I don't
of course. Of
Okay.
course. So I think basically it starts with a long reflection. So I suppose you might have to listen on. So recent urban conflicts have shown that we already have international legal frameworks, protective conventions, technical guidance, geospatial tools, digital inventories, and increasingly even AI-enabled analytical capabilities. Yet in dense urban conflict environments where cultural heritage often coexists in close proximity to sensitive governmental or military infrastructure, we continue to witness insufficient protective control by parties of conflict. In practice, there appears to be no independent monitoring or verification mechanism to assess whether adequate preparedness or protective measures for cultural heritage are actually in place before or during crisis. At times, protective failures seem to be politically rationalized through conflict narratives, while in other cases, operational or economical constraints may limit the use of more precise or mitigation-oriented military options. My question is, how do you see the international community moving from normative commitments towards verifiable operational accountability for cultural heritage protection in modern urban warfare? Do we need an independent international verification mechanism for cultural heritage preparedness and protection, comparable in principle to compliance monitoring models used in other high-risk international regimes? It's quite a...
Right. Who wants to take it on? Nobody?
I can begin to answer to your question, Aparna.
Yes, maybe you can, and then we can answer
Okay.
to this reflection. I would love to,
So,
contribute.
what we changed with the Ready course was that inside the building, in the museum, not all areas are affected, and when we look mostly in the in risk, before when I looked to the risk before was like this, and I believe the museums see like the city is like a Uno, like for the risks, but not the implementation. of the building, the geometry of the building, the street, where you have the collections inside the building, what kind of collections you have inside the building, everything changed. And this is what my perception changed. That understanding that inside the building, we have this different, the perception of the risk is different depending where you are. The main thing that's changed for me.
True. So exposure, what is exposed? And normally when we are thinking just like that, so we think, oh, everything will be flooded. No, everything will not be flooded. Something will be flooded first. And what is that, aspect? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
That's great insight. Julia.
I agree with what Artur said before, and I can add something else. When I start to work in this program, I realized too that that when we are looking at our buildings, our collection, it's an inner vision always. I've been raised as a conservator, as a curator, thinking always what happened inside. I never have this point of view. And the multi-hazard framework you can find, because before, even if you consult a self-protection plan, there is a lot of risks that are identified, but not all together. And this is something, this is a shift. There was a shift for me, in this kind of assessment.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mariliis, would you like to comment? Oh, Maria-José, sorry. First Maria-José, yes.
No, Mariliis goes first and after I go. Aparna, don't worry.
Yes, in my case, I think the only threat that was taken account before my risk assessment was a fire, a risk for fire. And even though my facility didn't have a fire response plan, the fire risk was the only one. Now there are several hazards affecting this facility and the collections and people working there. And this is much more complicated than just a fire, because fire is not like the hazard itself. Normally it's like the second hazard or the cascading effect. So that is the huge change, I guess. Now we think about the root causes, not only just a fire itself.
Yeah, and then that way you can address the root causes.
Exactly. And thank you.
Thank you.
In my case, I would say that I had like two changes, one within my whole institution and the other in my own person. In the institution, let's say that first we had like in fact a lack of awareness about risk. We thought we had the wrong perception that it won't happen to us, and that has changed. We are not aware that it can happen to us, and it's closer than we think. And also from my own perspective, with the course, I make like the shift and the change, and it helped me to put pieces in order about thinking on risk assessment from a preventive conservation perspective to start thinking on disaster risk management on a broader scenario, let's say. And for me, that was really, really great to understand and make this mind shift,
I understand. Going from smaller to the larger urban level and understanding how disaster can be a large, widespread disruption. So thank you for that. Mara?
Yes, so it's similar to everyone's answer, but before I always saw it as black and white. So either a big catastrophe, for here in our example is always an earthquake, because we always expect it sometime in the future. But after this training, it helped me to see, and also with this project, how everything interconnected is, and how much if we don't regularly monitor and if we don't know what to look for, how much of a bigger catastrophe and a bigger loss we can have. and also if we know what to look for and how easy it is to mitigate some of the things, and we can avoid a big loss of heritage. So I think it helped a lot, because I think there are a lot of things that we can do even with not a lot of, I don't know, finances. We can do a lot to stop or to at least lessen the loss of heritage. So that the training helped a lot with the bigger picture.
Thank you. That's very important insight. It's not always about money or finances. It's also about understanding the root causes, as has been pointed out by others. And so thank you for to all five of you. The tough question I had was,
I wanted to
what
ask
was
a
missing?
question.
Yes, please. And I was going to give floor to you, Shaima. Go ahead.
My question for my colleague Julia. I wanted to ask here, how can measure the degree of vibration and the heat which product from railway station?
This is different tools you can use to measure the degree of vibration, and we already had to look, and we are looking for this kind of tools because we want to implement in this facility, because we had to. This is a long study you had to do on site. It's a field work you had to develop. So if we got when I got all this information, I'm gonna bring you all this if you need it. Okay.
There are sensors, movement
There are
sensors,
sensors, of course.
that can be planted inside buildings
Mm-hmm.
to understand, and you can also put them on shelves. So not only the building envelope, these are called movement sensors, and they sometimes they are there for also checking the strength of industrial buildings or bridges. And sometimes they're easily available, but they do, I mean, there will be a cost associated with it, but that's not too high. And if you are affected, if you are worried about like railway station close by and rail train passing by, what you can do is you can look at the part of the building that is most closest to that railway station, and then there you could put some sensors. And also, if you are worried about objects being toppled because of the vibration or physical extreme force, then in that case you could also place the sensors on the shelving and try to understand if by putting some isolating materials or by fixing the objects within the storage shelving, you can reduce the vibration effect. This can be, understood in
Thank
these
you.
assessments.
And I have another question from Mara. Why you identify our shoes hitting heat waves as a risk, and as a risk, whether the material of the building already face the heat waves from limestone. How can I why select the heat waves?
Well, because it's the church is directly exposed to the sun, and we don't have any air conditioning system, any ventilation system, and with longer prolonged heat waves in summer, now that they are longer and longer every summer, and with really big humidity, it can really lead to deterioration of materials. It won't be fast, probably, but if we don't monitor it, it could be they could deteriorate over time.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I think we conclude this part of our first technical session. We will take a short break and then we will come back to the round table which will be moderated by our illustrious presenters, Mariliis, Maria José, Julia, Mara, and Artur. So they are going to be the moderators of the next round table. And I will take a short break and will have a very engaging conversation planned for you through our illustrious presenters and their respective stakeholders. So hold on, and we'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back. We now move to the roundtable discussion titled Bridging Knowledge, Building Readiness, the Future of Risk Assessment for Heritage. You heard 5 presentations where risk assessment was applied in different contexts. This roundtable builds directly on those 5 presentations we have just heard. And I would like to welcome our moderators who are Mariliis Vaks, Maria José Garcia, Julia, Mara Korunić, and Artur. And I now invite the moderators to begin to take the floor and begin the discussion and introduce the roundtable participants who have been patiently waiting for this very engaging and lively discussion. Over to you.
Hello, and on behalf of the first session team, I welcome you to this first roundtable. Today brings together professionals working in different institutional and national contexts, yet increasingly facing similar challenges. Whether at the level of ministries, regional authorities, or museums, the question of how to prepare for and respond to crises affecting cultural heritage is becoming more urgent and more complex. Our experience through Ready Track 1 has also shown the importance of more comprehensive approaches to risk assessment. By looking beyond single hazards and working together across sectors and institutions, we have gained a broader understanding of the risks affecting heritage and communities, while also identifying gaps and strengthening communication between stakeholders. This discussion begins from practice rather than theory. We are interested not only in successful examples, but also in the realities of implementation, what has been difficult, what has been unexpected, and what has actually helped in real situations. There are no right or wrong answers today. The value of this conversation lies in shared experiences, honest reflection, and in identifying where collaboration may already be possible across different systems and realities. Let me briefly frame the objectives of this discussion. As the title of this roundtable suggests, reaching knowledge, building readiness, our goal today is to explore how comprehensive risk assessment can better support preparedness and decision-making in practice. Based on our own experience with risk assessments, we know that challenges are really only technical. They often relate to fragmented responsibilities, scattered or incomplete data, the lack of coherent methodologies, limited resources, and difficulties in coordination across institutions. This is why the multi-stakeholder approach becomes especially important. Bringing together different agencies, institutions, experts, and communities can help bridge data gaps, strengthen shared understanding, and support a more grounded and people-centered understanding of risk. Ultimately, we hope this discussion will help identify practical lessons and ideas that can strengthen preparedness and support future collaboration within the READY framework. With that in mind, let me now introduce our speakers. We are joined by Silvia Rodriguez from Spain, coordinator of the National Plan for Risk and Emergencies on Cultural Heritage at the Ministry of Culture. Also from Spain, Francisco Alvarado Cortés, museum conservator at the Andalusian Regional Government and coordinator of a working group on emergency response and safeguarding for museums. Joining us as well are Isabel Rodriguez Achutegui, Director of the Museum of La Rinconada in Seville, and Eva Tarrides, Head of the Restoration Architecture Section of the Catalan Department of Culture. From Estonia, we welcome Laura Kipper, Director of the Estonian National Museum, and Kadri Tael, Head of Crisis Preparedness at the National Heritage Board of Estonia. And from Croatia, we are pleased to have Bruno Tiklic, Head of the Conservation Department in Dubrovnik at the Ministry of Culture and Media. Thank you all for being here. We are very much looking forward to hearing your perspectives, understanding your challenges, and exploring how collaboration can help us move forward together. Now, I will give the floor to my colleague Mara for the first question round.
Thank you, Mariliis, for a great introduction, and hello, everyone. So we will now start with the first round of questioning with the theme of experience and challenges of risk assessments. So risk assessment is an important tool for understanding vulnerabilities, capacities, and the networks needed to protect cultural heritage during emergencies. In practice, however, institutions often face challenges related to missing, fragmented, or inaccessible information. So I have a question for Silvia. From a leadership or crisis coordination perspective, what kinds of information or data are most important for building an effective risk assessment and emergency response for cultural heritage? What information is currently missing, fragmented, or difficult to access, and who would you need to collaborate with to obtain it?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, in Spain, we learned a great deal in October 2024 when a Dana storm hit the eastern part of the country. It was a very tragic situation. It claimed 250 lives, so it was a really dedicated context. Expert technicians of different disciplines from the Ministry of Culture went to help and to assess the damage to cultural heritage. There were conservators, especially paper conservators, who worked to recover archives. The fact is that there were a massive loss of files, which means the loss of vital records. And in addition, we architects helped assess the condition of buildings that have cultural values. But at that point, we had to improvise. We didn't have enough information, and we hadn't yet established a solid organizational structure. We had never faced such a complex situation before. That's when we realized we needed more information about how the other stakeholders were acting. The lack of information leads to a lack of coordination. So based on our experience, what we need to develop an effective risk assessment and emergency response plan for cultural heritage overall is a well-coordinated team. And of course, a multidisciplinary team comprising of conservators, restorers, architects, engineers, and of course, we need the collaboration of people of the community and really important representatives from civil protection. We learned in that occasion that civil protection is really indispensable. We need them, and we must integrate our actions within its framework. I don't know how it works in the rest of Europe or in the rest of the world, but in Spain, civil protection is a highly complex structure with many branches. On the one hand, there is a National Civil Protection Department, but in the other hand, the different regions also have their own departments to which certain responsibilities have been delegated. So the division of powers is sometimes confusing. In each specific case, civil protection establishes a CCOP, an operational coordination center with the necessary representatives to manage the emergency. And from now, we want to participate in these CCOPs because until now, they have not included representatives from cultural heritage. On the other hand, the participation, as I said, of the community is really important too. It's very important for communities to recognize their cultural heritage and protect it. They must also be aware of the importance of their participation, both in risk prevention and in emergency response when cultural heritage is threatened. And this awareness can be fostered through government initiatives, but above all through initiatives by local government, which are closest to the public, and of course through initiatives by cultural institutions themselves. Many activities can be organized to help citizens learn about how to become aware of the importance of their heritage, and the essential need to protect it from risks and emergencies. It's important also to advise communities on how to organize themselves and how to elect their representatives, etc. The next step would be for the community to understand that it is a part of a broader network, regional and even national, and that its actions must be coordinated with civil protection. And civil protection must take them into account in its prevention and recovery efforts. It must be a reciprocal relationship. And of course, it's necessary to organize drills. They are essential practice for the system to function properly. Therefore, based on our experience, we have concluded that effective coordination among stakeholders is essential for developing an effective risk assessment and emergency response plan for cultural heritage. Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to my colleagues.
Thank you, Sylvia. And yes, I agree with you. I think it's a similar situation in every country, and it's a long process, but at least we started in closer cooperation and coordination with cultural professionals and civil protection. But it's a long way to go, I think.
Yes.
So now for the second part of the first round. So effective risk assessment and emergency response for cultural heritage depend, of course, as we already mentioned, on cooperation between many institutions and sectors. So different actors bring different kinds of knowledge, data, and operational capacities. But in practice, as we already mentioned in the previous question, coordination can either work surprisingly well or become very fragile. So my question is for Kadri and Bruno. Can you share one concrete example where cooperation or coordination worked well during a crisis or preparedness situation? And if so, what made it work? Also, in contrast, can you think of a situation where coordination became difficult or broke down? Also, for that situation, what was missing or challenging in that case? So, who wants to go first?
Okay.
Yes. Oh, okay. Bruno?
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Bruno Diklic, and as already mentioned, I'm head of the Conservation Office of the Ministry of Culture in Croatia for the city of Dubrovnik. And if you don't know, Croatia and especially city of Dubrovnik has significant experience in dealing with catastrophic situations in the last, let's say, 50 years. Out of which we had a strong earthquake in 70s and the armed conflict in 90s. So that affected significantly on the cultural heritage, of course. I may say that we have a good experience in cooperation of the institutions dealing with these situations, but that is only restricted to the event itself and not the period before. That means resilience building and preparedness for such events. The reasons for that is a lack of planning documents that have focus on cultural heritage. Fortunately, the city of Dubrovnik has just recently adopted the first one, risk management plan for the World Heritage Property, and that kind of solved this lack from the past, because we realized that even in the drafting period of this document, that we performed discussions, presentations, workshops, and on-site exercises, which all improved greatly on the understanding on the character of events, or the significance of the heritage items, the roles of each of the key stakeholders and their procedure that is sometimes kind of problematic, because each of the institutions have their procedures, and if they are not coordinated, as Sylvia said recently, we have we don't have assurance that the heritage items will be saved, or maybe even more damaged than by the event itself, but by the procedure of other stakeholders. So that's something I want to highlight, the importance of having this interrelated coordination planning document. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Bruno. And yes, I agree. It's a really big step, in bringing closer the institutions together. So also, Kadri, the question was also for you as well.
Thank you, Mara. That is my example. Last year in November, I organized 4 days in a row of cooperation days between the crisis team at Estonian National Museum and local rescue teams. All rescues in the area gained knowledge about the museum buildings, bottlenecks, access points, and an overview of the museum's cultural values and their locations. Museum people again learned important information for rescues about what to do proactively in the museum for the purpose of increasing crisis resilience, how to minimize risks and see what are the museum's strengths and weaknesses. It was an eye-opening experience for everyone. In National Heritage Board, we have also organized such days in churches, manor houses, and other historical buildings with local rescue teams. The days are always well received. At the first, the heritage owners may be unaware and hesitant, but once they are with the participants on site, they see how useful and necessary it is for everyone. Rescuers give good advice for preventive measures, risks, and cultural heritage owners introduce values and their locations. Knowing and preserving local heritage and memory is very important. These days helps to grow this knowledge and teach how to behave in a crisis situation to minimize damages.
Yes, thank you. That's really great. That's really great to hear, because of course you always need the practice so people can know what to do. Even that cannot prepare you, but you will be more ready.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Okay, so we are done now with the first round of questions, and now I will give the floor to my colleague Julia with the next round of questions.
Thank you, Mara. Really valuable points on risk assessment and how to actually put it into practice through mitigation and preparedness measure. Let's move on now to another key aspect of risk assessment, community engagement. When we talk about community in the context of risk assessment for cultural heritage, we're not only referring to the people who live near an institution. It also includes those who carry, practice, use, or transmit their heritage, whether tangible or intangible, but also who respond when something goes wrong. Local authorities, emergency services, civil protection, and volunteers. Experience show us that in moments of crisis, this connection make a real difference. Communities that know and value their heritage tend to respond faster, coordinate better, and recover more effectively. But that doesn't happen on its own. It needs to be built before the crisis comes. Laura, hi. As the director of a national scale museum, there is a key question I would like to ask you. For large national institutions, community is not always clearly defined. In your experience, how can museums meaningfully engage community in risk preparedness rather than treating engagement as a formal or symbolic step?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the invitation for this roundtable. And I'm really glad this ICCROM initiative is like this in in this whole Europe communion here we have. It's an amazing initiative. So about the community, of course, we are Estonian National Museum, and our community is not like in the nearest streets of our museum. Although we have Mariliis has dealt really good with the nearest community here in our town with these risk assessment plans and participatory workshops. But I just wanted to share one idea that as we are living in Estonia, we are just near the Russian border. We have 80 kilometers to Russia, and we are a very small nation. We have like 1.3 million people living here. So I believe this one aspect that is extremely important to us is about this communities actually that live in Estonia. And one example, when the Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began in 24th February 2022, it is also Estonian Independence Day. It was a very huge amount of people gathering here in the museum. So we also have like a big party, and we are celebrating independence, but the day was different. People actually came in like thousands of them here, and it was this kind of unknown uncertainty, what's going to happen next. So I believe this is right now actually in Estonia the most important goal of us when we tell about risk assessment and risk management. So how to have the identity building narratives, how they are formed in the communities. We know we have this polarization in the society, as we have 30% or 25% of Russian-speaking people in this 1.3 million people as well. So I believe this is extremely important task we have right now. According to the fact, this cognitive warfare is really taking place in our neighboring countries of Russia. So my question is about how to engage communities, mostly through content creation, talking, inviting people, networking. It's the regular things I believe we all do, but I believe right now in this situation, it's extremely important that we have great focus on that. So thank you.
Really interesting what you say, Laura, how the institution contribute to the identity of the people, the community, and how can you work in it? Yes, I got another question for you, Laura. Let's talk about the moment where good intentions meet reality. What has been the hardest step in turning that knowledge into action in your contest?
Thank you. I believe the hardest step is usually, we all know that we can build great systems and have great plans on the paper, but when we are speaking about initiating cooperation, I believe this is the hardest part, because actually I believe the best solution for crisis management is having a good personal connections in between the risk management team and of course all the stakeholders that we have established to have in our closest circles. So I believe the most important thing is always the personal connections and the networks, and I believe this is the most important thing to do, and to be aware of that this is the weakest link is always a person. So I believe we are just really focusing on that, how to have this have this network working, as we have soon becoming also this one exercise together. So I believe this exercise in twice a year, maybe I believe this is the key to the success. Thank you.
Yes, Laura, as you say, the personal connection, that is the most important, because at the end is to make team to work together, coming from different areas with different skills. So you're completely right. Thank you for your experience. And now let's talk with Isabel. Hi, Isabel. You bring extensive experience leading a local museum, and from that position, you work very closely with local communities and networks. In practice, what has made community engagement genuinely work, not just as participation, but as something that actually strengthens preparedness and resilience? Maribel?
Sí. Yes, thank you very much to invite me to this meeting. I prefer to speak in Spanish because I have only a few English, and I'm sure that
Isabel, don't worry.
Sí. Los museos locales tienen la suerte de que son los museos más cercanos a una comunidad. En el caso de La Rinconada, que tenemos unos 40.000 habitantes, no somos ni grandes ni pequeños, estamos en medio, como ciudad española, para conseguir que de verdad la comunidad sienta, participe y esté en el museo, de alguna manera, y como ha dicho Loga, es las relaciones personales y las redes que se construyen entre los que están en el museo al final son lo más importante. Un museo local, en el caso, por ejemplo, nuestro, donde trabajamos muy pocas personas porque realmente no es una ciudad monumental y no tiene una gran colección, es un museo arqueológico que no está en una ciudad superpuesta, acaba funcionando siempre por redes. Quizá yo creo que el mejor sistema es ir contactando con las personas, y también dijeron antes desde Cataluña una idea que aquí trabajamos mucho, que es la de escuchar qué quieren e intentar construir juntos algo que sea útil para todo el mundo, porque a veces desde los museos nosotros vamos diciendo lo que queremos y lo que necesitamos, cuando yo creo que muchas veces tienes que construir escuchando qué necesita la gente y viendo cómo podemos colaborar conjuntamente para construir esas actividades, ese programa, esa relación con el museo para que de verdad sea práctico. Y por otra parte, yo creo que la segunda cuestión que es especialmente importante es no estar siempre dentro del museo, sino al menos nosotros en La Rinconada estamos más tiempo fuera, trabajando directamente en la comunidad, y tenemos esa idea de que donde quiera que estemos trabajando nosotros desde memoria oral, recogiendo memoria oral de las personas, o trabajando en los institutos para que sean ellos los que hagan exposiciones, o creando un sistema de relación para que los chicos de instituto les expliquen a las personas mayores, por ejemplo, el patrimonio de la comunidad. Siempre que estamos ahí, el museo está en la calle, y yo creo que es lo que de verdad sirve para que la comunidad se sienta implicada.
Thank you very much, Maribel, about your reflections, about the two questions you put on the table. One about the building community with the people, make the people trust with the rest, not only and think about what they want, not only listen to them, not listen only what you want to listen. And the other thing was the open doors, no? When the museum opens, it's something that really take us to another level, another space. For instance, recovering oral tradition and connecting young people with the others. Next, I have another question for you. Do you see other ways of building this engagement that you haven't been able to try yet?
Supongo que sí, que hay tantas formas como comunidades y tipos de gestión hay en los sitios. Nosotros, por ejemplo, somos muy conscientes que nos queda por mejorar mucho, por ejemplo, en todo lo que es relaciones con otras instituciones. Como ya se ha hablado a lo largo de esta mañana en distintos momentos, a veces no tenemos la suficiente comunicación desde un municipio, por ejemplo, con las instituciones regionales o con las instituciones nacionales. Es decir, de alguna forma creo que el gran problema que tenemos desde todos los niveles y que tendríamos que mejorar es no quedarnos solo en nuestro espacio, sino ampliar. Porque como ha comentado Silvia antes, al final competencias tienen desde todas las administraciones y están interviniendo en la Rinconada tanto las administraciones nacionales como las regionales como las locales. Y sin embargo yo creo que sí que nos falta esa comunicación, porque si nosotros tenemos la cercanía con la comunidad y con la ciudadanía, ellos tienen toda una serie de medios y recursos que yo creo que nos falta de alguna forma poner en común.
Well, thank you very much, Isabel. This is important gap we got in many countries. The relation, the scale, the different scale, local, regional, national, and how can we work in this subject. Thank you very much, the both of you. And now, Maria José, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Julia. And thank you, Maribel. I really agree with you. And I think that listening, talking, and well communicate is the key, or are the keys. Thank you for all the reflections about community engagement. And what clearly comes through is that the relations and trust matter. But now I would like to shift our discussion to the next step, let's say, and what happened after risks are identified and how we move from knowledge to action. Across very different contexts, we keep hearing a similar message, that identifying risk is rarely the hardest part, and the real challenge begins when we try to turn that knowledge into concrete actions. And also that we have to consider the local knowledge, which is very valuable. And in that sense, I would like to ask Eva, from your perspective as an architect, how can traditional knowledge and building practices support risk assessment and preparedness for cultural heritage?
Hola, buenos días. También voy a hablar en castellano, me es más fácil. No tengo el inglés, no tengo el suficiente nivel en inglés. A ver, yo creo que es muy importante el conocimiento tradicional para esto mismo, la gestión del riesgo patrimonial y, por tanto, desde la arquitectura, el conocimiento tradicional no es una nostalgia ni una decoración, es un sistema acumulado de inteligencia técnica, verificado por el tiempo, el clima y las catástrofes. Y su valor para proteger el patrimonio cultural es, en mi opinión, irreemplazable. Un edificio histórico habla, si sabemos escucharlo. Sus muros de carga, sus bóvedas, sus sistemas de drenaje no surgieron por azar. Son respuestas calibradas a condiciones locales. Suelo, sismos, lluvias, insolación. Conocer esa lógica constructiva, este conocimiento empírico, nos permite leer el edificio como un documento técnico, identificar sus vulnerabilidades reales, detectar señales tempranas de deterioro y entender las estrategias de prevención que integra, como sistemas pasivos de protección frente a humedad, lluvias o insolución y contribuyendo a su prevención. Las técnicas vernáculas se adaptan a riesgos específicos del entorno, como inundaciones o terremotos, ofreciendo soluciones resilientes y sostenibles. Ahí entra la Carta de Burra, este documento de Commons Australia que nos recuerda cualquier intervención sobre el patrimonio debe partir de la comprensión profunda de su significación cultural y de sus materiales originales. Usar técnicas y materiales compatibles con los tradicionales no es una restricción estética, es la condición para no causar daño. El conocimiento tradicional es precisamente el que garantiza esa compatibilidad. Y si la Carta de Burra nos habla de cómo intervenir bien, el marco de Sendai para la reducción del riesgo de desastres nos habla de por qué hacerlo de forma sistemática. Su prioridad número 1 es entender el riesgo, y ese entendimiento aplicado al patrimonio no puede construirse sin el saber vernáculo que registra siglos de adaptación local a inundaciones, terremotos o vientos extremos. Las técnicas tradicionales son resiliencia sistematizada, no costumbre. Pero el conocimiento tradicional no vive en los libros, vive en las manos de quienes practican los oficios. Un albañil conoce la cal, un carpintero que entiende la madera estructural son, en la práctica, los primeros agentes de gestión de riesgo de su comunidad. Perder esos oficios es perder capacidad de respuesta local. Mantenerlos es política de conservación preventiva. Así pues, estos conocimientos deben incorporarse en planes de conservación preventiva, mantenimiento periódico, protocolos de intervención, fortaleciendo la protección del patrimonio, así como incorporarlos también en los estudios reglamentarios de las universidades con el peso necesario, ya que ignorar este conocimiento tradicional no es modernidad, es desconocimiento, y en el patrimonio el desconocimiento tiene consecuencias irreversibles. Ya estoy.
Thank you, Eva. So we will need to make an effort and safeguard, as you said, this traditional and artisan knowledge, because I'm sure that in a lot of aspects we are losing it, and it's part of our intangible heritage too. So we will have to focus on that. Thanks. And so now, Francisco, my next question is for you. This brings you us naturally to preparedness and training. And when experience or resources are limited, in your opinion, what actually helps? What is still missing that make them truly effective? And how can smaller institutions be better included in these efforts? Sorry, 3 questions in one.
Well, first of all, can you hear me well?
Yes, perfectly.
The sound is good? Okay. First, thank you for inviting me to this roundtable. I try to talk in English, okay, but sorry for my English.
But if you feel, sorry, Francisco, if you feel more comfortable, you can speak in Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay.
But first, I prefer to talk in English.
Okay.
For those don't lose my English, okay? So first, I think there is a word, a main word to keep this word is planning. Planning is a more important way to convert the practice in a real. So when we don't have the money, we don't have the resource, you have the planning. You will work in the museum planning. In fact, in Andalusia, is by law. We have to museum planning by law. It's not just the museum plan. You have to annual plan to the year. For the next year, you have to organize all actions. So for that is important. When you don't have the resources, you have a limit. You have the plan. No, I don't know if you understand me in that point.
Yes.
But I think it's in fact, Julia said in the safeguard plan that is official in the present law of cultural heritage. So you can organize your institution in this part. The museum plan in Andalusia has many structures, many parts. So one of them is territory and society plan. In this part of the plan, you have to put the mark the stakeholders for communicate for this stakeholder, and then in your other plan, the security plan, you have to put these stakeholders in the security plan. And now in the safeguard plan, you have to put the stakeholders too, and even you have to develop all tools and the procedures to take advantage to the risk. No, so I think that is the resume. One of the limits is the staff, the ability of the staff. The staff is not easy to take the staff. Silvia talked about the multidisciplinary staff, but it's not easy to have this in all the year. So that is one of the main gaps that we have and that we work to the future. I don't know if I answered you the question. Or
yeah, I was waiting just in case you haven't finished. Thank you very much. I think you answered quite well. Mm-hmm. So then we are almost done. Now we are arriving almost to the end, and now it's turned to the final, let's say, question that it's addressed to all of you. So feel free to start answering. And to conclude this round, I'd like to invite you all to reflect on a concrete improvement that could make a difference right now in your institutions or your fields or your areas of influence, let's say. So please feel free to start answering.
Hello, I wanted to just comment that I believe the thing we have to always be focused on is also the cyber risks we have in the museums, because usually we have all the information in a digital way, and we have the digitized databases, and we have the information about our collections also in digital ways. And so I believe Estonia has done a very good job in acknowledging this question, because we have just started digitizing more than 30 Estonian museums papers about their collections to have them on digital form. And of course, there is also a question, how much do we have to back up this information? How many backups do we need to have? So I just wanted to add this final reflection, this idea about backupping the digital collections.
Yeah. Digital, it's an issue, a big issue. Someone else? Silvia? Yes.
Thank you. Well, since we believe that the most important thing is to improve coordination with all relevant stakeholders, we are working on that. And first of all, we are strengthening our ties with civil protection. How do we do this? We are promoting initiatives under the National Plan for Risk and Emergency Management of Cultural Heritage. There we have representatives from civil protection who understand our concerns regarding cultural heritage, and some of them love our cultural heritage and are eager to collaborate with us. So thanks to our collaboration with them, we have succeeded into ensuring that the 2023 Basic Civil Protection Standard recognizes cultural heritage as an asset to be protected. In this framework standard, the top priority is, of course, to protect people, followed by their properties, animals, and the environment. And cultural heritage is listed as the fifth element to be protected, but this is very good news. And in addition, basic civil protection guidelines have been drafted with the aim of establishing the key principles that different regions must follow when developing their specific emergency plans. And we have ensured that these basic guidelines required cultural heritage to be included as an element to be protected in all regional plans. This also represents a significant step forward. And as for community involvement, we are also strengthening our relationship with the Federation of Spanish Municipalities. This federation is in contact with nearly 7,200 municipalities, and we would like to try to establish an information and organizational network that covers the entire country. This is a very ambitious goal, but we believe it may be possible if we can build the right networks. And one of the things that makes a difference is conducting drills. We are sure conducting drills involving experts in cultural heritage, representatives from civil protection departments, such as the fire department, the national police, and involving, of course, the community. The more drills we conduct, the better prepared we are. And that's all. Thank you very much.
That's it. Who wants to be next? Kadri, Francisco, Bruno, Eva, Laura, bueno, you already, Maribel. Who?
Well, I think this museum is a little institution, little local institution. Ahí voy a hablar en español. Sí. Y tenemos dos o tres acciones que serían sencillas de hacer y que después de esta mañana es interesante plantearse. La primera, y por lo que estoy viendo, es formación, que es relativamente sencillo. Empezar a ser conscientes de la necesidad desde dentro de nuestras propias necesidades. La segunda, que también la trabajamos en muchas otras materias, pero no en la prevención, es la coordinación y la transversalidad con otras áreas municipales que tienen mucho que decir en este tema, y con los agentes supramunicipales, los agentes de la región, que también nos pueden aportar mucho en esto. Me parece que de entrada ahora mismo son como 3 líneas que podríamos hacer sin mucho esfuerzo y que yo creo que nos ayudarían mucho. Bueno, sin mucho esfuerzo empezar, luego ya el camino es largo.
No son pocas, no son pocas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So
I can be the next one. Okay. It's a cross-sectoral cooperation is very important and eye-opening for everyone. Anymore, it isn't not a sector-specific issue. Together we achieve more and understand our partners better. It's important to talk about experiences, practices, like we do now, and projects on crisis management topics, which focused on cultural heritage and the crises that threaten it. It is a continuous work to raise crisis awareness, and the need for it is increasingly seen. We highly recommend cooperation days, trainings, exercises with different partners, scenarios to learn from each other. This will reveal bottlenecks where further development can be made. Role of cooperation, both locally and internationally, allows us to improve our heritage protection system, share and learn from each other's expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katri. Bruno, you want to say something? Eva? No?
If I may, Maria José?
Yes, of course.
Yeah? Okay.
I don't want to force anyone, so I was like...
Okay. In the same line to Maribel, I think we will organize the actions in legislation, in background, of course, the drill, file exercise, and all of them connect. The most important, the fourth action, is to communicate to the stakeholders. The stakeholder is, as you say, in all this day is a community, is a approach community, but also is a security staff, the institution, the administration. So that is the fourth action that I have to abort for coordinate the all parts.
Okay, thank you very much, Francisco. Bruno?
Okay, I will probably just repeat myself, but also most of you, as I see that most of you really talk the same things, and that is how to prepare yourself or your institutions or stakeholders for the catastrophic event, and that is the period when we can do most of those things before the catastrophic event and not during. During it's emergency situation, and we all have to do what we need to do to save the heritage, but to be most effective, we should focus on the pre-period, on where we can deal with the legislation, drill, etc., documents, staffing, and all those things. That's the time when we have time to do that, not during the event itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Totally agree. Prevention is the first step. So if no one else has nothing to add, because we are running out of time, I would like to give the floor to Artur, so he's responsible for the conclusion. And so Artur, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Maria José. I would like to begin to thanking Francisco, Bruno, Laura, Silvia, Isabel, and Kadri for their valuable contributions. Today's discussion has shown that strengthening preparedness for cultural heritage is not only a technical challenge, but above all, a collaborative and human one. Several key points emerge. Effective risk assessment still depends on better access to shared information, clear responsibilities, and stronger coordination across sectors. At the same time, we saw that real cooperative is built on trust, communication, and relationships developed before crisis occurred. Cooperation drills are especially important in building that trust and clarifying roles. We were also reminded that preparedness cannot really on institutions alone. Communities, local networks, and emergency service are essential partners. Strong local connections can significantly strengthen response capacity. The discussion also highlighted the importance of traditional knowledge in strengthening resilience and preventing risks. Historical buildings themselves carry valuable lessons. They tell stories about past materials, techniques, and response that we should pay attention to. In this context, the presence of local artisans skilled in traditional techniques is essential as they play a key role in maintaining and restoring. Another key challenge is moving from knowledge to action. Limited resources and coordination difficulties often slow progress, making flexibility, improvisation, and multidisciplinary teams essential in practice. Cultural heritage must be integrated in broader disaster risk management frameworks, not treated separately. After all, heritage is an aggregator of the identity. It connects people and provides stability in times of uncertainty. Ultimately, what makes the real difference in crisis are the connections between stakeholders and strong of the networks we build in advance. Nowadays, archives, especially the digital ones, are increasingly targeted by external threats, including cyber attacks and unauthorized access. It is therefore essential not only to protect these records, but also to ensure robust information management with secure systems, strict access controls, and sound preservation practices so that sensitive or valuable data does not fall into the wrong hands or become compromised. And finally, one thought, preparing for crisis, we hope will never happen, may seem pessimist, but in reality, preparedness is the optimist act. It shows that what we protect is truly matters. Thank you for your time and contributions to everyone.
Thank you, Artur.
I have a, this was a wonderful panel. Thank you so much to all our illustrious panelists and our moderators. There is a question from the audience, which is Bilal Lumi. Bilal, you can open your mic. And before you close, just one last question, please.
Okay, so I'm Bilal Lumi. I'm from Tunisia. So I'm an architect. So my question goes to Estonia. So to Mariliis and to Laura specifically. So my question is just Estonia is facing, it having a strategic position in Europe. So it's facing Gràcia on the other side, and the other side is just Ukraine. So I want to ask, how did you engage the community, especially that Estonia is facing rapidly aging, and it has so many challenges. So one of the challenges is the rapidly aging population, and there is the economic defiance. So in this way, so how did you, what are the methods or the tools so that you used so to engage a community and to take the stakeholders in charge of that and so on? The other way, so as well as the aging population, so one of the FAR, as Aparna so did in her handbook, so you need strongest physical human just to intervene in the way of risk management. So how did you engage the community, your community, local and internationally? What are the tools or the methods that you used? And thank you for your presentation. I'm very thankful for all of you. So thank you to be beyond you all.
Thank you for the question. Just quick comment from my side. Mariliis then can add. I just wanted to say that although the community or the society is rapidly losing its young people, although we are not actually experiencing it right now, we are actually just knowing that it's ahead of us. So I just wanted to comment that we are really learning from Ukrainian experience. And I believe this kind of networking with our Ukrainian colleagues has been the most important way of learning. And right now in Estonia, a lot of museums, as Estonia National Museum, has also a free entrance for Ukrainian war refugees. And I believe this is also very important that it connects, has this kind of feeling that we are there for Ukraine. So I believe that's from my side. Mariliis, you want to comment?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, this is a very complicated question. I'm pretty sure that Estonia is not the only one in this scenario. We are together with other Baltic countries, and I'm pretty sure that some of those issues will bump in the following presentations when our Latvian colleagues are making their own presentations. But in my case, I concentrated on the local community, and for me, I felt that that was my attempt to enter in this community engaging thing, because we had no previous, experience with community engaging in case of risk assessments. And as I mentioned in my presentation before, I used a very valuable method I learned from ICCROM, Insight game. They have their own homepage. You can read about it and get the instructions to do it. And it was really helpful, because when people don't know each other, and Estonians are very shy as people, they are not very talkative at first when they are not in familiar environment, then it helped a lot to create very convenient and familiar environment, and just to talk about how people relate to cultural heritage. So I used that tool, if I just mention one tool which I used. But thank you for the question.
So thank you. Thank you to all our speakers of this very interesting session. I thank all the stakeholders for their engagement, from Maribel, Kadri, Bruno, Francisco, Silvia, Laura, Eva. Thank you so much for supporting the Ready follow-on phase through your engagement and your continued collaboration. And also to all our moderators, from Mariliis to Mara, to Maria Jose and Artur and Julia. Thank you so much for this intervention today. And with this, we draw an end to this half of engagement and learning. And we will take our lunch break, which will be short. And I will draw on my colleague, Juhi Ambani, to explain how long are we going to be on break.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Aparna. We will have exactly 30 minutes from now. So we would like to still begin on time, as we have colleagues from Ukraine joining that have very specific time when they can actually share their experience with you. So hopefully we'll see you exactly at, let's say, 2:25 to be safe. See you.
Thank you
So
so
a sandwich
much.
lunch. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Maria José. Hello, everybody. All right, we are ready to begin. It's lovely to see everyone. So, welcome to the session 2, Spotlight on Innovation, which is for ready partners driving risk-informed heritage protection across the European Union and beyond. My name is Julia Ambani, Project Officer with ICCROM and its flagship program, FAR, First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis. And I'm pleased to co-moderate this session with my colleague, Mohana Chakraborty, also Project Officer with ICCROM's FAR program. READY is built on the understanding that risk-informed heritage protection cannot be developed by one institution or one sector alone. As we've heard all morning, it requires operational cooperation among heritage institutions, civil protection authorities, research bodies, policy actors, emergency responders, international organizations, and communities. This is why READY brings together 18 technical partners from 14 countries and across 8 different sectors. Each partner brings a specific area of expertise, from managing collections in site, strengthening emergency preparedness, advancing scientific and technical knowledge, supporting policy implementation, connecting heritage with civil protection systems, and promoting disaster risk reduction. This session places our technical partners at the center of the discussion. Some questions we try and answer today looks at how cross-sectoral collaboration can move from principle to practice. How can risk assessment, preparedness, and response tools be applied across different institutional settings and how it's already being done? How can heritage protection be better connected to civil protection and disaster risk management systems? And how can lessons from Ukraine, Croatia, Italy, and the wider United Nations disaster risk reduction system help inform READY and similar initiatives? To frame this discussion and to give a keynote opening thematic talk, we are honored to welcome Dr. Natalia Alonso-Cano, the Chief of Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, also known commonly as UNDRR. Natalia Alonso-Cano leads UNDRR's regional office based in Brussels. Her office works on disaster risk reduction policy and coordination, Sendai framework monitoring, risk knowledge and analysis, external relations, and stakeholder engagement. Dr. Natalia brings more than 25 years of professional experience in international development and partnerships. She has worked across European Union systems, the United Nations Children's Fund, Oxfam International Plan International, and Amnesty International, and has field experience in environmental resource management, governance, and disaster preparedness. Her perspective is central to READY. The shift from managing disasters to managing risk is also the shift that heritage institutions need to make, from reacting to damage, to understanding vulnerabilities, strengthening capacities, and acting before losses occur. Dr. Natalia, thank you so much for joining us. We invite you to set the frame for this session. The floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope you can hear me well.
Confirmed.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be with all of you here, and thank you for the opportunity to share that. I think it's really important that this kind of exchanges are taking place. So, having the spotlight on innovation and partnership under this READY program is essential. And well, as you mentioned, I represent the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and particularly the Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. And I would like to really thank ICCROM for this invitation, but also for not only for organizing these events, but obviously for the leadership that you are having and you are leading in building this READY program. Because it's one of the most ambitious and probably one of the most capacity development initiatives that has more purpose concerning cultural heritage for our region. So I really would like also to acknowledge every partner in this meeting, so both organizations, institutions across the European Union, but also beyond, because at the end of the day, this is what is making READY more than a training program. It's that you're making a kind of a tangible movement, a kind of an initiative that is lasting. We as UNDR in the regional office, we are proud to serve as a technical partner to READY. We contribute obviously to the curriculum development and participate in meetings like these ones. But it's not only kind of a formality vis-a-vis that, it's also how we believe that this type of initiative is building, really the building blocks to reduce disaster risk in the years ahead. So let me just start on, the risk landscape. Why this work that you're doing today has never been so important. Well, I don't need to tell you you are experimenting that firsthand, but Europe is experiencing a very rapid shift of risk landscape. We have more and more extreme weather events, floods, wildfires, heat waves, storms, and these are intensifying both in frequency and scale. So this kind of, in our region and across the Europe region, these climate-driven risks are compounded with the consequences also of conflict, of forced displacement, but also under the chronic underinvestment of risk governance. So the heritage we protect exists at the intersection of all these pressures that have been accelerated right now. So just very concretely, when a flood strikes a heritage city or a conflict disrupts the communities whose identity is inseparable from the site, the losses are not simply physical or economic. They are losses of knowledge, of belonging. They are the losses of a collective memory that actually holds communities together. So that's important to remember. It's more than the physical assets, it's much more than that. And actually, UNESCO estimates that 4 in 5 World Heritage Sites are exposed to climate-related stress. And the annual losses from hazards in our region overall, not only related to cultural heritage, are exceeding around $200 billion. And this is counting non-economic losses. And the damage of, this is not counting in non-economic losses or the damage to cultural assets or the community identity that I was referring to. So this is what this program, as Ready, is trying to address. And it gets me to the next point that Ready has been excelling to, the cross-sectoral collaboration and how we can move from these exchanges to really action. So in the past, we were able to have this kind of partnerships that were a bit aspirational in terms of intentions. I think the urgency of the situation is right now, and the interconnectedness of this risk that we are facing demands that we work more generally together. So in concrete terms, sharing data, aligning tools, coordinating responses. Because, cultural heritage protection has historically lived in one silo, in kind of one part of the government. Then we had disaster risk reduction in another. And then we had also climate adaptation in another. But the reality is that when, disasters do not respect boundaries, these kind of institutional silos, when a flood, goes through, it doesn't pause while, institutions negotiate who is responsible and who needs to kind of address that. So this is where Ready is building really a professional cohort that can navigate throughout these boundaries. So people like you who are understanding both on one side the heritage value of what is at stake, but also the disaster risk tools that are available to protect it. And actually, UNDR has an experience across 55 countries, confirms that. One of the greatest bottlenecks that we have is integrating this heritage protection into existing DR frameworks. And it's not so much the absence of political will, but it's how this breaking the silos happens in reality. Breaking the silos through the absence or breaking the silos with people that understand both fields. And Ready is contributing to breaking those silos. One is a very important issue that obviously Sendai framework strives for and is very strong on is the whole of society governance and risk-informed decision-making. So from our work in our region, not only on cultural heritage, but many other aspects, is that the gap that we have between what is agreed internationally and globally and what actually happens at the local level. And this gap that exists between, the signature from national governments on the Sendai framework, and then what happens at the city level, at the community level, at the site level, where the actual risks are actually felt. So what happens is that these frameworks are often very short or not really reaching the reality. And the tools are not also not reaching the practitioners as well. So this is a big gap that Ready is addressing directly by working with professionals that, they are embedded in local institutions, from, I guess, many of you in the audience are urban planners, community leaders, but also site managers, and that it requires participants to develop and implement field projects on their own countries. So it's a way of solving that gap I was referring to of top-down frameworks. So building the capacity where it's most needed and entering the capacity in the real places, in the real communities who are responding to those threats. So these field projects that you've been developing matter not only because of this gap, but also because they produce also real risk knowledge that sometimes and very frequently is being missed. Because integrated risk assessments applied to a real heritage sites are generating a kind of evidence that are not so easy to get, and they are feeding into the national and local DI strategies. From UNDR, for example, we have also some experiences with the disaster resilience scorecard, and that we have this cultural heritage addendum, which actually was used by Venice as a, Making Cities Resilient 2030 Resilience Hub. And it was designed to complement exactly the kind of work that you're doing. So we would like to see the experiences and the project fields that you have been generating through this Ready project, how they can fit into the Sendai framework monitoring processes, and how can all this data that you have been collecting and the risk knowledge that you've been generating can contribute to that process. So obviously, one of the challenges that we all face is how we scale up this kind of work. And I know that Track One has been producing, or had been kind of forming and working with 24 risk managers and cultural first aiders from 19 countries. And now it goes towards I understand that it's going towards the next step, which is the Track Two, which is, expanding also to immovable and intangible heritage, and also broadening the European cohort. So that's really the right direction, because we need to leverage the experience that you just had and how this can multiply and scale up the impact. Finally, maybe just a few words about how do we scale up that, because scaling impact is more than just training more people. It requires that these good practices, these case studies are really embedded into kind of wider knowledge sharing. And I invite you all to the European Forum for Disaster Risk Reduction and the Regional Platform that we will have next year in May, hosted by Romania, because this is the kind of community settings that the results of this program can be presented. We see our role in UNDR to serve really as a connector. So linking what is generated from the local and project level to the regional and global. And I think this is one of the biggest added values that we bring to the table, is making those connections from your experiences to, to the how this is really informing the global decision-making on disaster risk reduction. And we make this commitment, towards this partnership with you all, with your community. Maybe just to conclude that, cultural heritage is not simply what we protect from disaster, but it's also what makes communities resilient in the face of disasters. So, the living traditions, the collective knowledge, the place-based identity that heritage embodies, these are all sources of cohesion, of adaptability, and shared purpose. So maybe in one word, one sentence rather, when we protect heritage, we protect resilience itself. We're nurturing the resilience itself. You know very well that Sendai framework calls on us to reduce disaster risk and losses by 2030. We have less than 5 years to go. And the work of Ready, which is building the human capacity, forging these partnerships across sectors, generating knowledge, connecting institutions, and making closing the gap between local and global, is at its heart and is essential for this acceleration that we need to have to be able to succeed on Sendai framework. So UNDR and ROECA, the regional office, is very much ready, if you allow me the work, to work alongside you all on this endeavor. And as I said, we see Ready not only as a partner program, but also as a shared effort and a shared objective. And we have this commitment to joined across the board. So thank you very much for the opportunity of joining today, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Natalia, and thanks to UNDRR for being our technical partner for Ready. We are very, very grateful, and also very grateful for you to have made the time to join us. You highlighted the importance of strategic partnerships across sectors, and I think that's a key takeaway. We cannot say it enough. And also, thank you for kind of highlighting the need to make a shift from in the way we perceive heritage, from not just a physical thing, but looking at it as a dynamic process. And also the need for risk-informed governance, the importance of stronger coordination mechanisms and closer but more concrete collaboration that can be actually implemented on the ground to amplify the impacts that we are also seeing today, for example. And we are again very thankful to UNDRR. We use a lot of your tools, if I must mention, within our trainings. And we hope to kind of enhance this partnership and enhance collaboration and keep on kind of bringing this aspect to our trainings so that we can integrate cultural heritage successfully within the broader disaster risk reduction and resilience frameworks. So thank you once again so very much. We have our next speaker, Ihor Poshivailo, who is joining us from Ukraine and has kindly made time to join us. So if, Natalia, if you agree, if you can stay on for just a few more minutes, so we'll take the opportunity to also ask our audience to ask you some questions. Thank you so much, Natalia.
Thank you.
So as we move forward with this session, I would like to now invite and open the floor to our Ready technical partners who will be sharing their experiences and perspectives from their own contexts. As you can all imagine, that one of the core strengths of Ready lies in its collaborative spirit, bringing together context-specific knowledge, practical tools, tested methods from all over Europe and beyond. The next three presentations will showcase different pathways for operationalizing this work through crisis response and cultural resilience in Ukraine, interagency cooperation in Croatia, and civil protection mechanisms in Italy and across Europe. Together, these examples reflect how Ready seeks to build on sharing, shared learning, exchanged knowledge, and adapt tools to diverse contexts in support of more resilient heritage protection systems. So without any further ado, I know that Ihor is really tight on time. So our first speaker is Dr. Ihor Poshivailo, who is the Director General of the National Memorial to the Heavenly Hundreds Heroes and Revolution of Dignity Museum, also known as the Maidan Museum in Kyiv. He's also co-founder of the Agency for Cultural Resilience, ICCROM, one of Ready's technical partners as well. Ihor is a cultural activist, ethnologist, museologist, cultural manager, and art curator. He holds a PhD in history, and I can go on and on about Ihor. But I would like to now give the floor to Ihor to share with us his experience directly from Ukraine. Over to you, Ihor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you hear me well.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the invitation. First of all, to be a partner with the Ready project. It's important for us. For me, it was a life-changing experience in general when I first participated in the ICCROM trainings in 2015. And it's also about the successful cooperation, partnership, sharing knowledge, and even sometimes testing, adjusting the knowledge according to your very, very concrete context. Let me share my slides because I would like to be quite short. Speaking about this incredibly huge topic, I hope you see my screen.
Yes, we see it.
So it's mostly about practical, because we can talk a lot about the ways how to establish collaborations, how to identify stakeholders, how to develop protocols of actions, how to adapt the international knowledge, tools, guidelines, whatever else. But for us in Ukraine, it was a very specific period when we had to do it quite quickly, because before we were not ready. And it's very symbolical that this course is acronymed as READY, because we have to be ready to respond very, very effectively. So at the moment, the Agency for Cultural Resilience, which was co-founded by the Maidan Museum, is comprises with several very important elements. We are speaking about the emergency storage and dissemination hub, we called it Depot. Due to international support, we have a first aid to cultural heritage training center developed due to ICCROM, very fruitful cooperation. We also certified the national first aiders team due to ICCROM, due to our Ministry of Culture, due to many other international partners, including European Commission. We also launched the Cultural Emergency Ambulance, again, due to other international partners like SIR, like ALIF. We also launched Emergency Digital Mobile App. We have a number of heritage damage and risk mapping programs, again, together with ICCROM, with UNESCO, other important international organizations, institutions, and individuals. And we also established the so-called TDF CPP unit, which is Territorial Defense Force CPP unit, which is quite important in times of war, in times of military conflict, because military are our main partners. I hope you see the change of slide at the moment.
Yes, yes, we do.
So one of the most important direction and outcomes for us, of course, was damage and risk assessment. It was the first step, which together with ICCROM and later UNESCO, we developed, adjusting the ICCROM's damage and risk assessment forms for different kinds of heritage and culture, tangible, intangible, intangible. So since last 2 years, we organized a number of dozens of field trips, documented a lot of sites, because first to respond and to be ready, first of all, situational analysis and damage and risk assessment is crucial. After this, we have another quite important direction. It's emergency assistance and rapid response based on that information and damage assessment from the field trips. So we supported a number of institutions because it's crucial. Also, it's interesting, what does it mean to protect cultural heritage? In many contexts, the answer can be different. In our, it was not only buildings, collections, but also people, because a lot of my colleagues happen to be quite vulnerable. Because of occupation, sorry, I have some sound, just a moment. Some alarm goes on. So we were speaking about cultural capital. It's very important, human factor, people, trained cultural heritage professionals, the barriers of intangible heritage in Ukraine, a lot of them were resettled from occupied territories, as well as professionals. They left their museums, libraries, archives, and it's a huge problem for Ukraine because about 10% of cultural heritage ecosystem institutions are on the temporary occupied territories. And you can imagine how many cultural heritage institutions were damaged, destructed because of the war. So we are also speaking about people. Stabilization of cultural sites is one of the very, very important our tasks and outcomes. And recently, you can see it, for the last 2 years, we have stabilized six sites due to support of American Ambassadors Fund, quite important stakeholder in our context. And we even managed to restore one in the Mykolaiv region, and it's quite challenging because when the conflict, military conflict, isn't going, it's not easy to talk about early recovery and reconstruction or conservation of the built heritage of the collections, because stabilization is the most relevant action, because you don't know what will happen tomorrow. And not many international funders invest money into recovery and conservation, restoration strategies because of the ongoing conflict. So you should also keep in mind in what stage of crisis you are happening to be. Quite crucial for us happened to be training and capacity building, and we are so happy to have so many international partners, including, of course, ICCROM, UNESCO, and a lot of many international and national institutions, partners, organizations, not only connected to cultural heritage, but also, for example, state emergency service or military or law enforcement, because to respond effectively, we have to engage also all important stakeholders. And in our situation, it was crucial to cooperate with national police, who are among the first who came to the damaged site, for example, or the site of crisis. Also law enforcement people, fire brigades, national emergency services, military, so crucial, especially in the frontline zones or gray zones or in temporary occupied territories. So we have organized a number of trainings. A lot of people were trained, absolutely different topics, starting from digitization of keeping the digitized cultural heritage protection or cultural heritage data, because in times of crisis or conflict, it can be quite vulnerable, and some classified approaches should be taken. Digitization in the innovation also, that's one of our directions and outcomes. We have launched this mobile lab. It works quite effectively in the frontline zone. So we not only try to digitize documentation and digitize the most important part of collection, because no time to cover all issues, but also to teach our partners, for example, to teach small museum teams. That's the most effective approach. It's challenging because not enough professionals in local professionals, especially in endangered regions. Therefore, for us, digitization is also very closely connected to capacity building, to teaching, to learning, to training people, so that they learn more about what kind of equipment they need, what is the most relevant to their specific types of collections. So that's quite important project and outcomes for us. Also, another important directions is research and methodology, and we are so grateful to ICCROM, and because we started from that famous ICCROM 2-volume guidelines and toolkit, which became like a Bible for cultural heritage for status in Ukraine. We translated it into Ukrainian. We also translated a number of ICCROM and UNESCO guidelines, like evacuation of collections. We also translated some guidelines about fire mitigation for wooden architecture with our international partners, especially Heritage for Peace. And recently, we have developed the general guidelines on risk reduction in emergency, together with ICCROM and UNESCO. It's fantastic methodology, which was developed based on working with local institutions, communities, stakeholders, authorities, first of all connected to UNESCO heritage sites, but also it can be used also by wider number of cultural institutions in Ukraine. So we are so grateful for this opportunity. Our team is not big, it's relatively small, but again, due to establishing international, local, national, regional collaborations, it became possible for us to work effectively according to our tasks, according to the budget, according to possibilities, capacities. In many cases, we are able to work as volunteers because we managed to create a kind of a material and technical base. We have protection equipment, we are mobile, having cars, having knowledge, skills, sometimes even have international certifications, not national, not Ukrainian. But still, that's our mission, and we are so happy to be able to do something important, relevant to our context due to international support, and we are so happy to share our experience, because sharing experience from our international partners became like ABC for us, because again, we were not ready. We have no cultural emergency management system in Ukraine. We have some protocols, but they are not effective, they are outdated. And all these collaborations, communications, partnerships have become not only us non-governmental sector, but also vertical. Our governments, local governments, authorities responsible for heritage protection, much more resilient, resistant, and effective. So thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you so much, Ihor. It's always a pleasure to hear from you, and thank you for very clearly outlining how incredibly, dedicatedly you are working on the ground, and for showing that heritage protection in crisis context depends on readiness, on understanding the needs, identifying the gaps. It depends on trusted networks and, of course, the ability to connect emergency action with long-term recovery as well. So thank you very much, Ihor, for your intervention.
Pleasure.
And now I open the floor for some questions for Natalia and Ihor. We have some questions. We actually have a lot of questions, but we would open the floor first to the audience. If anyone has a question, you can either write it in the chat or you can just raise your hand and jump in.
I believe there is no question, so let me take this opportunity to ask mine. Oh, Aparna, please go ahead. There you go.
Thank you so much. So first, I have both a question for Natalia and for Ihor. So Ihor, I know since you are short of time and you have to go to another meeting, I will ask my question first to you. My question to Ihor is, you mentioned that many of the protocols had to be, or the guidelines had to be contextualized. And in that sense, what is your advice to our ready participants, our cohort of track 1, who have just gained these tools and who have to some extent applied them in their context, but like just you did after the 2015 training? But what would be your key message to them? What can they do now so that they are not, God forbid, in a situation where you found yourself suddenly, where you had to develop, contextualize, or adapt these tools rapidly to your evolving situation?
Thank you, Aparna. It's a very important question. What I would suggest, first step is, of course, to check for cultural heritage professional what kind of system works, what are the protocols, the main stakeholders to respond to crisis are in your country. Because I know, for example, recently I've been to Sweden, to Nordic countries, and they have quite well developed protocols and they have coordination. But first of all, you should check, understand what's going on and who are responsible legally. And together with partnership with ICCROM, we first in Ukraine, we developed like a map. We mapped the stakeholders in Ukraine first time. And then, of course, it's important to understand what kind of legal gaps you have, because the protocols can be quite effective, but for separate stakeholders. For example, fire mitigation services or emergency service or civil protection bodies, they can be brilliant for mitigating, but they can hardly coordinate with you or documenting the crimes against or damage. You have to closely cooperate with national police, with civil, with law enforcement. But we can understand that protecting cultural heritage is not their main mission, and we should not respond completely upon them. So it's better to launch a dialogue, to establish fruitful partnerships, discussing these issues, and try to be introduced into so-called emergency response committees, groups, teams, which are already established on governmental, central or local levels, I hope, in every country. And of course, to find out what are the gaps, legal gaps, to implement, to introduce, to use international methodologies. Because, for example, we have the trained by ICCROM and certified team, but not always. We have a mandate to act according to ICCROM standards or other countries' international standards, because our law cannot provide us direct mandate, and sometimes the issue of safety can stop any kind of mandates. Even our CPP unit established recently last year in our armed forces do not allow our soldiers, which officially have the mandate to protect cultural heritage, very close to front line, because human lives are priority. And sometimes the command, high command, the chief command do not also delegate them the mission to protect cultural heritage, because for them, human lives matters. Priority is number one. So it's better to understand, to coordinate, and try to fill the gaps as quick as possible before crisis comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ihor. I think this is a very clear answer. And I hope our participants who are listening will listen to your advice and try to address those gaps in legislation, which will limit their mandate to act in time in an emergency situation. So I hope you will think about real emergencies and try to understand how you can act. My next question will be to, if I may, to the moderators with the permission, to Natalia.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, Natalia, you mentioned that there are only 5 years left for the 2030 race to 2030 and the SDGs, and UNDRR is trying its best to bring together everyone up to par. What we have done in Ready is we have tried to enhance national capacities and also institutional capacities, where we have tried to take some leading national institutions and try to understand the gaps in comprehensive risk assessment or gaps in the ability to document losses to heritage in the event of disasters. And what comes out is very clearly that we do not have very detailed mechanisms for feeding into larger processes such as PDNA, or the, although PDNA does have a culture sector approach, it's not very well known at an institutional level. And also these rapid damage needs assessment processes often leave out institutions, cultural heritage institutions, and there is a disconnect. What can we do to enhance, although we brought UNDRR as a partner in Ready, but many of our participants here had not connected with UNDRR or its tools in any way before. And while I understand that you do work closely with national governments and you leave it to your national governments to reach out, how would you get to this level and take into the consideration, damage and loss in this very important sector, which is as climate change adaptation talks are progressing, it's becoming clear that cultural heritage is crucial to resilience building and risk reduction. So what plans UNDRR has in the remaining 5 years?
Thank you very much, Aparna, for your question. Indeed, I mean, it's a challenge for all of us in terms of accelerating the implementation. So far, looking at how Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction has been kind of moving along. I mean, when you look back at 2015, we have progressed quite a lot, but it's still, out of the 7 targets, we have, let's say, like 2 or 3 in green, in the sense that progress has been achieved. We have 2 and 3 in orange, and we have 2 and 3, I mean, the remaining part in red. So definitely there has been progress, but not enough to meet the commitment. So that's to start with, and just to corroborate that you said that it has to be accelerated. How can we accelerate and make the connections? I would say 2 things. One, in terms of the arguments and rationale that we use as community. So you're working, I mean, not even if you're not an expert on disaster risk reduction, you are working on your national side, on cultural preservation, etc. It's very important to make, I think, the business case. How much, investing in prevention saves for governments, for people, etc. They saves a lot of funding afterwards, right? So the business and the financial argument, I think, is really important, because that's always one of the confrontations that we have, in the sense, nobody disagrees that it's important to do investment in disaster risk reduction. The question is how you find the money, or where the money is coming from. And I think making the case about, it's like an insurance, is really important to make. So that's one more on the narrative side. And that applies to cultural heritage even bigger, right? In terms of the level of destruction that it takes if the prevention is not taken. So that's one. And then more practical, well, I was mentioning the scorecard, but I say the initiatives that we have in making cities resilient. And the good thing is that it's not UNDR initiative. It's an initiative that agglomerates many, many entities, and it has been really expanding and building, scaling up. And I think that's the important thing, because there's nothing, like you've seen in your program, nothing better than to learn from your peers, to learn from the experiences of someone else who has faced a similar issue. So it's not a lecturing, but really an exchange of experiences. So engaging with that level of community, I would say that's a very, very powerful per se. And it could be making cities resilient, but there are other mechanism for moving at a local level, and that brings local authorities, but also academia, planners, even the private sector engagement, etc. So I think this is the space that is important for us. And our plans is definitely, the issue of locally led disaster risk reduction. So in encompassing not only in cultural heritage, but all other aspects as well, is one of the 4 priorities that we have in the next strategic framework that we have just started from 26 till 2030. So we have really deep dive, and as you can imagine, there are always a lot of issues of importance, is data, is this and that, but one of the 4 is locally led disaster risk reduction, is empowering communities, local municipalities, etc. Like, the colleague Igor was pointing out from the museum, civil society to take disaster risk reduction in their hands. Over from
That's really promising. Thank you. Thank you for informing us on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalia and Ihor. We have a few more minutes if anyone else has any question. I think Jui
I did. I really did have a question that I wanted to ask, let's say, on behalf of the participants, the cohort that is here as well. Ready has, I'm sure you know, has required participants after the training to implement a post-training field project where we can test, even on a small scale, localized scale, how this methodology works in their own country. From UNDRR's perspective, what kind of evidence do you think from these kind of local projects is most useful for informing regional or national disaster risk reduction policy, and how can they reach the right places and right agencies to be able to then contribute to the monitoring processes for Sendai framework as well? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jui, for your question. Definitely. I mean, that's the idea of connecting the local to the national, right? As I was mentioning in my introductory kind of opening, I think the data collection at the site level, that obviously will be happening with the project field experiences that the participants are going to be having, is essential, because this is the data is real-time data that can be collected in terms of disaster loss, but also on risk analysis, on comprehensive risk assessments, etc. So I think this is the data that we would need to be channeled. How this can be channeled, from a small project in a site. The idea is that, well, we work as counterparts with the Sendai focal points in each government, and this is really at the centralized level, who are reporting, for example, on the Sendai framework monitoring, which is this annual commitment that every government fulfills in terms of providing the data, not only on disaster and loss, but also the number of partnerships established, etc. So on each of the 7 targets of Sendai. So I would say one connection would be how we can make the connection with the Sendai focal points who are collecting the data in that sense. So that's one aspect. Usually the Sendai focal points also are part of the national platforms. And the national platforms bring together different, again, is governmentally led, but it brings different departments, from the Ministry of Interior, in Europe, most likely, sometimes ministries of emergency, sometimes ministry of, directly depending from the, presidency or prime minister, to ministry of, urbanization, on climate, etc. So those platforms are also very good venues to convey those data. Okay.
Thank you so much. I hope all the participants, I see a few of them taking notes as well while you were speaking. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'll pass back to Mohana. I think there's a question in the chat, Mohana.
Thank you, Joy.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll take the last and final question
Yes.
before we move on to the next speakers. So the question is for UNDRR, for Natalia, you. Would it be part of UNDRR's long-term goals to support the establishment of national cultural heritage first aid teams in countries that need assistance in safeguarding and protecting their cultural heritage?
That's a very clear and direct kind of indirect advocacy on that. I can see that. Thank you for the call and thank you for the question. I mean, I would say that we have the long-term goals with the Sendai framework, and this specific kind of establishment of a national cultural heritage first aid teams were not envisaged, but it's up to the national governments to decide. However, I would like also to say that from at the end of this year, next year, 2027, we're going to start already discussing on the post-2030, so the post-Sendai. So what's going to happen? What's going to be important in the next in the next, let's say, 10, 15 years. And that's, it's a kind of lengthy process of consultations, and the member states are in the lead, etc. But this is the kind of thing, not at that level of detail, but this is the type of issue that could be definitely promoted in the post-2030 Sendai framework, whatever it's called. So I would, encourage you to, and as a community working on cultural heritage, to promote that. Over.
Thank you so much, Natalia. Thanks a lot to you and to Ihor as well, I think, who had to leave. We would be very happy if you stay on for the rest of the session, but we understand that you are busy, but thank you once again for your time and for joining the session. So we move on to the next part of this session, and I request thank you so much, Natalia.
Thank you, Ihor, as well. He's still here. Thank you so much.
He's still here. Thank you, Ihor. So I'll now request my colleague Juyamani to kindly take over.
Thank you so much, Mohana, and thank you once again to Ihor and Natalia. I hope the reflections were very useful also for our participants and attendees. We now move to Croatia, where cross-sectoral cooperation between heritage authorities, civil protection, and fire services has become an important area of practice. Our next speaker is Jasna Popovic. She is the head of Conservation Department in Trogir within the Ministry of Culture and Media of the Republic of Croatia. The ministry identifies her department as responsible for Trogir, Kaštela, and several surrounding municipalities. Trogir's historic center is a World Heritage property, and a conservation decision-making there requires close attention, not only to the heritage values, urban life, but also emergency preparedness and risk mitigation, as it is situated very close to the sea. Jasna also has been directly involved in capacity development and interagency cooperation for heritage risk management, including being a huge part of ICCROM's previous efforts with training such as Prevent on mitigating fire and flood risk for heritage in Trogir. Her recent work has also contributed to professional discussions on interagency cooperation and disaster risk management for cultural heritage in Croatia. Jasna, we look forward to hearing how Croatia's experience is helping bridge heritage conservation, civil protection, and emergency response, and what it would actually mean for more operational risk management at the local and national levels. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Jury. You can hear me, right? Yes, so thank you for this lovely introduction. And I just wanted to add one more thing. I also speak as the chair of the permanent coordination body of the Ministry of Culture and Media for UNESCO World Heritage Properties in Croatia. And the reason I'm saying that is because I want to show that I have this dual role that enables me to integrate site-own experiences into more systemic and strategic perspectives on cultural heritage management in Croatia. Let me just share my screen. So that I can start my presentation. You can see it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I wanted to talk about today was, just very briefly on what we do in Croatia in terms of building resilience in cultural heritage sector. Some of the steps that we've taken in recent years to strengthen preparedness, resilience, and provide new tools on many different levels, so local, regional, and national as well. And of course, this has been said previously in the roundtable of the morning session when Mara and Bruno Diklic, the head of conservation department in Dubrovnik, talked about our experiences. Our efforts have been shaped by those, starting from the homeland war in the 90s and the earthquakes of 2020, which happened during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. So it was a very complex emergency. And what we found out back then was that we had very strong sectors, both the civil protection sector and the cultural heritage protection, in addressing cultural heritage in times of crisis. But the links between the sectors were very, very, very weak. So what we've been trying to do since then was move towards a more integrated disaster risk management for cultural heritage, to move from reactive responses towards more preventive system. First, by strengthening the legal framework for cultural heritage management in times of crisis, also by building continuous interagency cooperation at national, regional, and local levels, and with that, to develop joint operational strategies that include all stakeholders involved in emergency response and recovery. And of course, this integrated approach is still evolving, but it has already helped create stronger communication between the sectors that, of course, traditionally, as we see in many countries, do not work together closely enough. So one of our most important initiatives is the CP for Heritage project. So which focuses on strengthening cooperation between the sectors and draws largely on the outcomes of the ProCulture project that I'm sure you will hear more about today in other presentations. And the idea is to create regional interagency response teams. So Croatia has very diverse risks depending on the region: earthquakes, floods, fires, coastal climate pressures, which are intensifying. And so regional coordination is essential. These teams bring together conservators, civil protection authorities, firefighters, museum professionals, local administration, other experts. And the aim is to ensure that in emergency situations, there are already established contacts, procedures, and communication channels. So this also helps shift disaster management from a purely centralized approach towards stronger local preparedness and local capacity building. This project emphasized practical preparedness. So we focused on how to evacuate collections, how to secure damaged buildings, coordinate communication, how to assess risk rapidly after a disaster strikes. And from my perspective personally, I think one of the most valuable contributions of the project is that cooperation continues beyond the project and beyond, let's say, the borders of, everyday work or, offices. Because through joint exercises, field work, people from different institutions, people from different regions of the country had the opportunity to meet each other personally, to build trust, to establish direct communication. And I think this human aspect is extremely important in emergency situation because, when a crisis happens, you have to know who exactly you work with, whom to call very quickly, what you can depend on, what each of, the person forming the team, what their strengths and weaknesses are. Because sometimes we expect people to do more than, the capacity of their institution and their profession is. We have very many regional and local initiatives, roundtables, trainings, and we develop these with municipalities, with cultural institutions, county authorities. They've mostly focused on very practical measures. So teaching cultural professionals how to do evacuation plans for their collections, how to do risk mapping, how to communicate in crisis. And what we found is that even relatively small local actions can significantly improve preparedness if they're systematic and continuous. And this picture that you see on this slide is a fire on a 15th century Dominican monastery that happened at the end of 2024. And the damage we managed to control, let's say, the damage to the movable heritage because we had previously done trainings together with the firefighters. And this is what Joy in the opening was referring to. I was once a participant of ICCROM FAR program initiative, prevent mitigating fire risk for heritage. So we started an ongoing project within the historic city of Trogir, although this monument is outside of the World Heritage property. What happened next was that other institutions got involved in the recovery, namely Croatian Restoration Institute, and they suggested to the county that we should do a regional project to train staff of different cultural institutions to help them do evacuation plans, to help them connect with their local firefighters. And this is an ongoing project. And within this project, we tested another tool that we fortunately borrowed from ICCROM FAR program, and this is the vulnerability and capacity assessment form. So we had more than 30 cultural institutions taking up this form that we adjusted to our local context and the context of this project as well. And what we found is that it cannot be used instead of a comprehensive risk assessment, but it's a very, very useful rapid assessment tool that can help us prioritize where financial support is, let's say, most urgently needed, where interventions would be most effective, also identify where existing systems or measures are not functioning adequately, because sometimes, people think that because they have fire extinguishers in the office or in the museum, that's it. That's, that's the measure of protection. But whether these have been tested, whether the staff knows how to use them, that's another question. So, an important aspect of the VCA form is also that, while traditional risk assessments that are primarily used in Croatia focus mostly on buildings and infrastructure, and do not sufficiently consider cultural value, condition, vulnerability of heritage collections preserved inside these buildings, And the cultural institutions that participated in this program were mostly local, very small local museums, libraries, archives, theaters that have maybe 1 or 2 employees in total. One significant development was the adoption or passing of the new law on protection and preservation of cultural heritage at the end of 2024, that for the first time, disaster risk management and crisis-related responsibilities are more clearly integrated now into this legal framework. And I'll give you an example. The same fire that I showed on previous slides, which was just 1 month before the new law. At that point, conservators or cultural heritage professionals in an emergency are treated as civilians. So you don't have basically, legal either responsibility or obligation to be there to participate in the decision-making process. Now we do. So now we have to be there. Now we have to be at the table from the beginning. And I think that this represents an important shift from treating emergency response as an exceptional activity towards recognizing preparedness and resilience as an integral part of heritage management. And also, in addition to the new law, the ministry established a dedicated sector and service for risk management and cultural heritage. So this institutionalization is essential for ensuring that disaster risk reduction becomes a long-term policy priority. In January 2026, this final, I just have 2 more slides. These highlight some of the recent activities that we've done to strengthen preparedness and resilience locally. So this is a workshop that we did in the historic city of Dubrovnik. So again, Dubrovnik is the only World Heritage property in Croatia that has risk management plan. And actually this workshop happened before the plan was adopted by the municipality council, by the city council. And they started implementing the activities proposed within the plan. And this workshop was dedicated to mitigating fire risk. And it gathered all the cultural institutions in the area. And it's, again, an ongoing project because we're meeting, I think, at the end of June, and we'll see how, the participants within the 2 days, they were given the tools to start making fire risk assessments in their own institutions, but also evacuation plans and so on. And finally, in March this year, we had a meeting of the World Heritage Property Managers in Šibenik, where this risk management plan of Dubrovnik was presented, also the process of creating one, right? And the discussion, the whole meeting, the 2-day meeting was dedicated to risk management specifically, but recognizing that the intangible cultural heritage is essential for cultural heritage resilience and community resilience. So we had 1 day dedicated only to intangible topics. And as part of the meeting, we organized a complex emergency tabletop simulation, bringing together different stakeholders and institutions, not to test coordination, but mostly to raise awareness of how complex emergencies and how you treat priorities when it comes to movable, immovable, or intangible, when you have, different interests in a wide area that is under protection. So our experience shows that resilience is not created through one project or one institution alone. So it's built gradually over years, and one has to have, I think, patience becomes a professional skill and this kind of processes. But ultimately, strengthening resilience of cultural heritage is shared responsibility. So international cooperation remains one of our most valuable resources. So that's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention. I will stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Jasna. Your presentation was quite important for multiple aspects. So I'll try to kind of remember some of the things that you said that were so, very strong and very aligned with also our READY objectives. You mentioned that actions can no longer be reactive and we need to be proactive. I think that's a very key takeaway that we want to kind of advocate for within this meeting, in the 3-day meetings. I think Croatia is really setting an example with this new law that has been passed where cultural heritage is concretely integrated within policies and frameworks. And you also kind of clearly stated how this is possible. It's not about a single act. It takes time and it requires agile frameworks. It requires stronger collaboration, but also trust between sectors. It requires training, capacity building, and I think to all the participants of READY and to everyone who is joining, I think this is something key that we need to understand is we need to amplify. And it starts with a small initiative, it starts with a small seed, but then the responsibility of all of us, of all heritage professionals, is to amplify this. So thank you once again. And I think there are many questions. I myself have a question for you, but we will move on to the next speaker. And then open the floor for questions. So our next speaker is Nadia Francaviglia. She is from the Italian Civil Protection Department. Welcome, Nadia. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, Mona. Thank you.
So Nadia is a preventive conservator of cultural heritage. Her work has focused particularly on developing conservation protocols for specific contexts, such as historic houses. She has also gained extensive experience in reorganizing museum storage facilities, conducting risk assessments for large collections, and training students and professionals in preventive conservation principles applied to cultural heritage. Currently, she serves as a project assistant for the ProCultureNet project with a particular focus on movable heritage collections. Nadia, we look forward to hearing how civil protection mechanisms and international cooperation can help make cultural heritage protection more operational before, during, and after emergencies. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mona. Do you hear me?
Very clearly, yes.
Thank you. Before I begin, on behalf of Giovanni De Siervo and the project director of the ProCulture initiatives and Tiziana Vicario, the project manager, I wanted to really thank you, Aparna, Giulia, and Mona for this kind invitation. Today, I have the pleasure and the honor to represent the ProCulture initiative and whose path and achievements will be presented in more details. I will share my screen with my presentation. I hope that you see the presentation.
Can you try to share your full screen? Because we also see the notes on the side.
Yeah.
Perhaps if you can go to impostazioni di visualizzazione on top, you just need to change, you just need the impostazioni, ecco.
Yes, the second option.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you need to change to not, because we see with the notes. So if you click here.
I don't have notes, so.
No, I mean, we see the slides
we see
with
half a screen.
Of course.
Yes.
Sorry. Maybe. Okay. It's better now, or?
No, perhaps you can try one more time. Otherwise, we can share for you as well.
Okay.
I'll stop your sharing and you can try again. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. It's better now?
It's the same, I think, as before.
Sorry.
Would it be all right if we share for you?
Of course,
Yeah,
of course.
Great. Okay, let me share my screen. Is it all right? You see it? Yes. Okay. Yes. You
Perfect.
just.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. No worries.
So I will start with a very short overview on UCPM. I think that most of you are already familiar with this, so please feel free to interrupt me, Julie or Mona, if it is a little bit redundant with the exchanges or discussion held today morning. It was important for us to introduce you a little bit the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, because this exactly in this framework that the ProCulture initiative has worked since almost 10 years now. And then we will move to the core of the initiative and see how, thanks to ProCulture, the protection of cultural heritage became a recognized civil protection sector. So the UCPM has been created in 2001 within the DG ECHO, so the Directorate General for European Civil Protection Humanitarian Aid Operation, and brings together EU member states and participating states to cooperate in disaster risk management. So it enables members and participating states to offer coordinated and needs-driven assistance when the scale of a disaster overwhelms national response capabilities. Today, all the 27 member states and 10 participant states have joined the UCPM. And it is important to say that in peacetime or before, let's say, disaster strikes, the mechanism offers advice on civil protection, prevention, and preparedness. Next slide, please. Just to give you a really brief overview on the functioning of the UCPM. Next slides, please. Great, thank you. So how the UCPM works. So when a disaster hits a country, the country affected can request assistance through the Emergency Response Coordination Center, so the ERCC, and member states and participating states can offer their assistance in terms of experts, personnel, and teams, equipments. So it is worth noting that since its creation in 2001, UCPM has been activated almost 900 in almost 900 emergencies. So to confirm, it's important. This is a very important institution within the EU. Concerning cultural heritage, the UCPM has been activated 2 times recently. So in 2017, after the earthquake that struck Mexico in September 2017, for an advisory mission. And more recently, by Ukraine, we requested materials and equipment materials mainly to protect and pack cultural heritage at risk in conflict areas. So next slide, please. So, of course, protecting cultural heritage in emergencies is a very complex process. We heard a lot of important lessons learned from Ukraine and Croatia this afternoon. And it involves several actors. Not just the authorities responsible for the protection of cultural heritage, but also the Ministry of Interior, civil protection authorities, NGOs, international organizations, civil protection organizations, volunteers, etc. So it has been tasked from DG ECHO to implement this initiative to find a common language, a common vocabulary, common standard procedures in order to protect cultural heritage at risk, involving all the actors that can find themselves to manage an emergency involving cultural heritage protection. So the base of this initiative is, it has been to implement a common methodology addressing the protection of cultural heritage at risk of disaster. So next slide. So in this European framework where ProCulture initiative have been working for several years, it is important to say how this initiative promoted this shift from what was considered a niche topic for the civil protection sector to a key element within the standard procedures of the UCPN. Some very important points. So, first of all, fostering structured collaboration. So a coordinated approach between cultural heritage actors and civil protection actors of both national, at both national and European levels. Building on existing expertise, because every country has its own expertise, probably because every country has faced different kinds or several kinds of emergencies. So they have already developed some interesting and important procedures. So this can be shared and among other countries. Developing common methodology and tools. So always using a participatory approach. So you will see during this presentation, everything that has been produced during these several initiatives, pro-culture initiatives, has been the results of workshops, discussions, even bilateral and not just within the consortium, but beyond. Capacity building and awareness raising processes, of course, because this is exactly the sector within the UCPM where the pro-culture initiative is placed, so in the capacity building processes, and advocacy. And we will see also with which results. So next slide. In the next slide, you see the path, a brief overview of the initiative from its beginnings in 2016 and its evolution into what it is today. So from a small project with few partners to a very well-established initiative at European level that has had once more a very important sign of trust from DG ECO for this ongoing initiative, Pro-Culture for All, that has already started in 2026 and till 2027. Next slide, please. So among the most important results, the methodology, so one common vocabulary, because it has been a precise request from the Commission to work on building bridges between these two sectors, as been said by Jasna in the previous presentation, and also introduced by Mr. Polișcaiu from Ukraine. It is important to know who does what, not just, of course, mainly during the emergencies, but also previous to the crisis moment. So, first of all, a methodological effort, a capacity building effort. So after all these years, Pro-Culture Initiative has trained more than 166 experts across Europe, and knowledge dissemination through the publication of 6 issues of technical bulletin, that is with 57 case studies, so lesson learned, best practice across Europe. With really a place where the experts coming from the two sectors can write really together. And this is the case, for example, from the case studies from Croatia in the last issues. So the article coming from both the perspective of civil protection and the Ministry of Culture demonstrates how it was important, this initiative, to start in some way a process that leads, as we have already see in the previous presentation, also to the construction of a legal framework in some countries. Legal frameworks that was not existent and that is not existent in many countries across Europe. So a legal framework that allows both sectors work together, mainly during emergency. So next slide. So our base, as I already said, is this methodology. This currently under revision. The aim of this book is to be the most comprehensive as possible, so to analyze all the phases, all the topics that are related to the protection of cultural heritage at risk. So not just the institutional frameworks, but the different stakeholders that can be involved in this process, but also how to organize training exercises, so how to improve the capacity building process in our countries. Next slide, please. One of the most important achievements has been of the advocacy activities promoted by the Pro-Culture Initiative during these years has been the release of is included in the release of the implementing decision of April 2025 concerning the possibility to for every country member states of the UCPM to register a module, so a team specific for the protection of cultural heritage. So for those who are not familiar with the vocabulary of the UCPM, modules are specialized teams who can be included in the European pool of capacity. So as we have seen in the previous slide, those teams that can be called to be and be deployed during an emergency, also not just in Europe, but also beyond Europe. And this is the first time that can be for countries, UCPM countries, it's possible to register a specific team for cultural heritage protection. So, and this is also thanks to the advocacy efforts of the Pro-Culture Initiative during all these years. Switching to next slide, the Pro-Culture for All initiative. So the ongoing initiative, the last one that has been funded by DG ECO. Just a few words on how the proposal, this project has been shaped. So two major documents have been crucial for the next step of the Pro-Culture Initiative, the Minister report and the EU Preparedness Union strategy, so released last year. So if the all-hazard approach and the whole-of-government approach are already a Pro-Culture, are already included in the Pro-Culture approaches, so the fact of considering different type of risk scenarios and to try to involve all the institutional level that are that can be involved in the disaster risk management. Something that it was necessary to implement further is the whole of society approach that has been cited also by Mrs. Alonso Cano during her introductory speech in this session. Next slide, please. It is important also to note, that cultural heritage is included among the sectors considered as vital for resilience. So once again, to confirm what has been already said during this session. So cultural heritage, not just considered as something that needs protection, but something that can become really a driver of resilience for community. So this ongoing initiative will exactly focus on that. And so we, of course, will continue to also, thanks to the collaboration with ICCROM, with Ready, with initiative like Ready, so in our capacity building processes, so in training, both experts coming both from the civil protection and cultural heritage sector, continuing actions of knowledge dissemination and cross-fertilization with other initiatives at EU level. One of the most important goals of this ongoing activity initiative will be the draft of this whole of society action plan. So how can, next slide, how can we include new actors in this very complex process that is the protection of cultural heritage at risk? So, as I said, of course, the all-hazard approach is always been the approach of ProCulture. We didn't focus just on one type of risk of hazards. We always try to include several stakeholders, so not just civil protection and cultural heritage, but also researchers, academia, because this is really we know how what point it is important, but also in this ongoing phase, also for example, providers from private sectors. We know very well how they can be crucial. Their role can be crucial during emergency, and most of all, how to include citizens, communities. So intangible cultural heritage has been always a very important focus of the ProCulture initiative, but in this ongoing initiative, we will further explore ways to enhance this particular sector of cultural heritage that is difficult to manage for not just for civil protection officers, but sometimes also for actors coming from the cultural heritage sector, because we know very well how intangible cultural heritage, it is sometimes it is not part of the official cultural heritage of one nation. So in case of emergency, it can be very, very difficult to protect and to ensure continuity for this kind of heritage. So this is the very ambitious program of the next phase of ProCulture for All. Next slide and last one. I take the opportunity also to invite all of you to contribute to the next 4 issues of the technical bulletin, because it is really I think the only one publication where actors from both sectors can write together for sharing their shared experience in these specific topics. And thank you very much for your attention. Please, I'm open to question if you want to, if I've not been clear enough to some points. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nadia. That was very comprehensive, very interesting as well. Also, wonderful to see how the project has evolved over time. We've worked together, ICCROM and ProCulture, since a very long time. So this is very, very nice to see. So thank you once again. I think this is the time to open some Q&A, some questions, as Nadia was also suggesting, but also towards Jasna. So I'll just see if anyone in the audience has any questions for Jasna or Nadia at this stage.
Jui, if I can jump in, there is
Please.
a question in the chat from Maria Giannikou, and I think it's addressed to both Nadia and Jasna.
Please go ahead.
She wants to understand, she's from Greece, so she wants to understand if the National Archives and libraries, they belong to the Ministry of Culture of your respective countries. In Greece, it belongs to the Ministry of Education. And what does that mean in terms of disaster risk management and emergency preparedness?
Nadia, would you like to go first?
Yes. for Italy is definitely the case. So archives and libraries belongs or are under the responsibility of and the authority of the Ministry of Culture. Absolutely. So that's why the Ministry of Culture has to deal with the emergency management also for this specific cultural heritage institution. It is the case for Italy, at least.
In Croatia, we have a dedicated directorate for archives and libraries, so they're not specifically part of the ministry, but we have, services dedicated to that. And so the Directorate for Protection of Cultural Heritage, Director for Protection, or let's say Director for Archives and Libraries, work with the sector and service for risk management to work out, the priorities and how to implement, strategic priorities in those institutions as well. Although they have guidelines on how to produce evacuation plans and how to exercise them, right? But most of these have been produced, but they're just somewhere in the drawer, because people believe once we've done that, that's it. So, but it's not an obligation, a legal obligation. There is an obligation to do risk assessment, but risk assessments mostly don't take into account cultural heritage values and what the state of the, let's say, depots are, things like that. What are the capacities of the staff in place to respond? So there's a lot of room for improvement in this segment as well.
Absolutely. I hope for Maria that answered the question. Anyone else from the audience would like to take the floor? You can even unmute yourself. And if not, I think we have a lot of questions also for you, also based on the work that you guys are doing. Mohana, do you want to take one?
Yes, I would love to. I think it's addressed to both of you. So just before that, I want to check if no one has a question in the audience. Guess not. If someone has, yes, I hear something. If someone is speaking,
I think it's us.
All right. Sorry. Okay, so my question is actually for both of you, Nadia and Jasna. If you could share with us from your contextual experiences from Croatia and Italy, maybe one or two key indicators of preparedness within the cultural heritage sector. So in other words, what capacity, systems, or actions that will make you feel that a heritage institution or community is more ready to face today's challenges?
I can go, Jasna, or you want to? Yes, so indicators of preparedness. So Italy is very has worked since a long time on these specific issues of the collaboration between the civil protection and the Ministry of Culture, with some difficulties, of course, because there are two institutions that have, and I think that it is really the case in every country, so with methods and way of working that can be really different. But as already said by Jasna during her presentation, I think that having a legal framework, valid legal framework at national level is crucial, because you can have all the emergency plan updated in every cultural institution in your country. But if from a legal point of view, during an emergency, staff cannot work properly because they are not entitled to work with along with firefighters or civil protection officers or the local authority for emergency coordination, it could be completely useless or almost useless. So this is something on which it is really necessary and really a priority to work. And I think that the Croatian example is very positive, absolutely commendable in this sense. And then, yes, so it is really necessary to know who does what before, during, and after the emergencies. A lot of time during the first phases of at the beginning of the Pro-Culture initiative, and Aparna was there, so I think she was a witness of this kind of meeting. A lot of time, very often, colleagues from several European countries told us about the greatest achievement of this meeting is that now I have the telephone number of my of the colleague within the Ministry of Culture or the Ministry of Interior that I can call in case of major emergency. So, for my opinion, as someone who started very recently to work on this topic, I can say that it is very important to have a legal framework and to know very well who does what.
If I can add. So you asked for 2 indicators, but I think there are many indicators, and then you kind of check off 2 on your list. Maybe you're on a good way of positive change. So I think risk awareness needs to be specific rather than generic, and that means that your staff can answer a question of what is most likely to happen and what happens after that. So if they can answer that, that's good, right? That's one indicator of their understanding of what are the highest risk or what are the vulnerabilities of their institution and so on. Evacuation plans or salvage plans or response plans, they need to be exercised as well. So as I said before, mostly, even if you do them, and maybe you train them or try them out once, that's not enough. So preparedness needs to be taken as a continuous process, not just a one-time thing, a one-time project. Another thing, I think, where prioritization decisions have been made ahead. So you don't have to, you have your set of priorities, everybody agrees on them. And if you're having trouble with that, bringing on the community will help you make it more clear as well. And the community should not be addressed as an audience in this process, but a helping hand, a stakeholder. But the baseline always, I think, and this is where conservators always go back to, and this is, documentation of, updated inventories, condition reports, photos of, the building, the outside of the building, the inside, the movable heritage. So if you have a good database, that's a good starting point as well, because very many museums don't, or they're struggling with the number of objects and stuff. And the last one, in my opinion, when networks are in place, what Nadia said, if you have your contacts in your, in your phone, of course, there are procedures and legal framework that you have to follow, but in an emergency, and I cannot forget what was told by a Canadian firefighter in the, first prevent mitigating fires for heritage training. You don't exchange business cards at the event. So you really you have to know your people, you have to know your volunteers, and so on. So these are some markers, in my experience, that show that you've worked on your preparedness and your capacity.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Yasna. And thank you again, Nadia, for staying with us this long, for answering all our questions. I'm sure we have a lot more, but also with time, we'll let all of you conclude this and close the session. I'll pass the floor to Mohana. But once again, thank you both for sharing your insights and also the work that you're all doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jui, and thank you very much to all the panelists of this session and also the previous sessions, and for sharing such rich insights from the ground and for bringing forward the diverse methods, the tools, the experiences that are shaping coordinated disaster risk management and emergency preparedness across different contexts in Europe, and hopefully also we will hear some stories from beyond Europe. So with this, we come to an end of today's final session and day one of Ready Track 1 interagency coordination meeting. I think today's discussion has kind of reminded us that we do have tools, we do have methods. There are very important tools that exist. There is a lot of work that is going on, but Ready aims to integrate those tools, to build on those tools, and to better connect and operationalize what exists and then understand the needs on the ground. So we heard kind of three clear messages, I think, through this session. First, that heritage protection cannot happen in isolation. It must be connected to existing emergency preparedness, civil protection, disaster risk management, and different others, diverse sectors. Second, that coordination must be operational. We have heard that from the first sessions and also this one. While we are talking about coordination, it is time that we operationalize it. And effective preparedness requires shared language. It requires joint trainings, clear procedures, which can then feed into policies and frameworks. And of course, third, the experiences shared by the Ready's technical partners today demonstrate the value of bringing together policy, practice, science, local knowledge, and field-based experiences. And the diversity of perspectives that we see today is not a challenge. It is, in fact, the strength that we have. As the risk to heritage is becoming increasingly interconnected, cascading, and complex, preparedness cannot happen in silos. I think that is the key takeaway. And we need integrated, people-centered, place-based approaches that bring together all sectors together and learn from each other. And I think this is the very spirit and purpose of Ready, to strengthen capacities, to connect sectors, to learn from each other, to share knowledge, and support practical coordinated action for safeguarding cultural heritage and its associated communities. So thank you all once again for all your valuable contributions. And if we have not been able to answer some of your questions, please do write to us and we will try our best to forward it to the relevant speakers and answer your questions. We hope to see you tomorrow and to tell you a little bit more about what's coming next tomorrow and the day after. I'll pass the floor to Jui.
Thank you very much. I believe Imen will now show us the agenda for tomorrow. And with that, we conclude the day for today. Thank you once again, everyone.